but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Direct Insurance. Simplified. Conditions apply.
This
slams a ball to right field. Way back. Way gone.
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second. The throw. In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Last night was one to forget. After losing a heartbreaker in Game 1 against the Diamondbacks, Toronto was simply blown out in Game 2 last night, losing 12-1. So today, the Jays will have to have a short memory and try to salvage a win in Arizona and try and go into the All-Star break on a winning note. Welcome, everybody, to the Sportsnet Radio Network. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you, alongside host Show Ali, producer Mike Jose Collins, and technical director Tom Young. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Lévis, Quebec, and West Quebec City. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. Yusei Kikuchi gets the start today for Toronto, 4-8 on the season, but earlier this week he did post a career-high 13 strikeouts against the San Francisco Giants. His counterpart, Zach Gallen, 6-5 for the D-backs. It is the Diamondbacks and Jays. The first pitch is right around the corner. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face. Come and meet Ace and run base to base on Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom. Visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Brickyard 400, presented by PPG from Indianapolis Motor Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
Hear legends of the U.S. men's national team react to the firing of Greg Berhalter on a special edition of Stars and Stripes, streaming now on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
For, when we're coming out of the break, and, I'm sure I'll be talking to Pete, some of the players, some of the staff. But, yeah, I think everyone understands, how the season goes, and everyone respects, the first couple days of the break at least, and gives everyone some downtime. Yeah, I'm sure. It's just whether you're watching it and you see how Vlad's, doing, and baseball seems to always be on in the background of the Schneider house, too. So I'm sure we'll be watching.
That's the voice of Blue Jays manager John Schneider talking about the Jays going into the All-Star break. And, well, Madison, the Blue Jays definitely want to go in on a high because certainly yesterday was a low note, losing 12-1 to the Diamondbacks. So in today's game, it's all about just trying to salvage that one win and give yourself some kind of positivity, I would imagine, going into this break.
And unfortunately for the Blue Jays, it feels like we've had a similar conversation heading into games a couple of times during the past, 2-3 series in a row now, where they're having one heartbreaking loss and they're having to try to bounce back from it. Last night, a little bit different because that game just got completely out of hand there towards the end of the ball game. But for them, they've got to clean it up in every facet of the game. They've got to clean it up on the mound. They've got to clean it up offensively, base running, defensively. Everything has to be able to come together. And you do want to go into the All-Star break on a good note. And there's no better way to do that than to come away salvaging a win here in this series against Arizona.
So hopefully another fine performance from Yusei Kikuchi. He pitched well earlier this week against the Giants. Ultimately a no decision for him, as the Blue Jays lost that ball game in the 9th inning, which they did in Game 1 against the Diamondbacks as well, but again, losing in a big-time fashion last night. For more on this game and also a look around Major League Baseball, before we get set for first pitch against the Diamondbacks, let's bring in our host from Baseball Control, Show Ali. Show.
Thank you very much, Eric and Madison. Welcome back, everyone, inside Baseball Control. Let me bring in my battery mate, Jesse Rubinoff.
Hello, Show.
Jesse. Yusei Kikuchi on the mound today. He has a chance to actually put an end to a little skid by the starting rotation. Both Ariel Rodriguez and Jose Barrios only managing 4 innings each in the last 2 games. So to save a bullpen that's gotten hit pretty hard, especially last night, Zach Pop and Nate Pearson both serving up some mammoth home runs late in that ball game. The Jays are going to need some length out of Kikuchi today.
Yeah, I said during the pregame show that I think it might be a little difficult for Yusei because the Arizona Diamondbacks are so good against lefties versus righties. And also, Yusei Kikuchi throws his 4-seamer 48.6% of the time he has this season. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are the best fastball hitting team in terms of average in the entire major leagues. So Yusei is going to have to mix it up a little bit if he's going to keep the Arizona Diamondbacks off balance today and be able to string together some success, because he's going up against a difficult opponent today, but nonetheless, he's coming off a great one. Let's see if he can do it again today.
That is Jesse Rubinoff. He and I will stick around to take your calls and your texts. I will throw out the number to call on Jays Talk after the final out. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's text line is always open. Standard message and data rates may apply. Let's get to the Bet365 standings update. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. So in the American League East, entering play today, after last night, the Orioles are 57-38. The Yankees are 58-39. The Red Sox are 52-42. The Rays are 47-48. And the Blue Jays, after last night's loss, 43-52. However, a couple of finals in the American League East already today on the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. The Rays beating the Guardians 2-0. A blanking for Tampa. They win the series. And the Orioles, a very dramatic game against the Yankees at Camden Yards in Baltimore. They were down, but Cedric Mullins in the bottom of the 9th inning with a 2-run double, and the Yankees, an error by shortstop Anthony Volpe. The Mullins liner goes over the head of Alex Verdugo. It was a wild game. So the Orioles actually do win. So they retain their lead atop the American League East, Jesse.
If you managed to catch the video of the Alex Verdugo play, there was a 99% probability of a catch that Verdugo just completely misplayed it. It went over his head, and that's the ball game.
And he knew it, too, because the bases were, I'm not sure if they were loaded or if there were 2 runners on, but he saw the ball go over his head, and he just lay there on the turf because both runners were going to score easily.
Must be a horrible feeling.
Yeah, boy. That's,
you caused the game.
That's difficult. That's a tough one for the Yankees, but the Orioles do win, so I suppose they are now 58-38 after the win. Before we send you over to Eric Smith and Madison Shipman, let's get to the lineups. Here's John Schneider's lineup. George Springer is batting leadoff. He is DHing. Spencer Horwitz is batting second. He's at second base. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is batting third. He is at first base. Danny Jansen is batting cleanup. He is catching. Dalton Varsho is batting fifth. He's in left field. Ernie Clement is batting sixth. He's at third base. Leo Jimenez is batting seventh at shortstop. No Bo Bichette for this one. Kevin Kiermaier is batting eighth. He's in center field. And making his first major league start is Stuart Burrowa. He is in right field with Springer DHing today. Burrowa is batting ninth. Yusei Kikuchi pitches for the Toronto Blue Jays. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Ketel Marte is DHing tonight. He is batting leadoff. Gabriel Moreno is catching. He is batting second. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is batting third. He's in left field. Christian Walker is cleaning up. He is at first base. Randall Grichuk is batting fifth in right field. Jake McCarthy is in center. He is batting sixth. Eugenio Suarez is batting seventh at third base. Kevin Newman is batting eighth. He's in second base. And Geraldo Perdomo is batting ninth. He is at shortstop. Zach Gallen pitches for Arizona. So a lineup for the Diamondbacks that features not one, not two, but three former Toronto Blue Jays. And those are your lineups for both of these teams as we head into the final game before the All-Star break. All right, we're getting close to first pitch. So with more and the first pitch eventually, here's Eric Smith and Madison Shipman.
All right, thanks very much, Show and Jesse. Yes, we are indeed waiting for that first pitch. It's supposed to be coming right about now, but there are some kids still out on the field, and once the kids get off, I'm sure we'll get set to go here. Probably about a minute or so away from first pitch with Zach Gallen on the mound for the Diamondbacks. And Yusei Kikuchi, Madison, I don't necessarily want to deal in the rumor mill, but there are a lot of people that are of the belief that this could be potentially his last start for the Jays. If this isn't, this is among the last couple, with him likely being moved before the trade deadline.
Yeah, and I think, too, the way that he's performed recently, too, just ups his stock for other teams to want to try to add them to their starting rotation. And you look at his last outing and the 13 strikeouts that he was able to rack up, too, and the adjustments that he's really made mid-season, too, because there was a time in June where he was scuffling a little bit and changed some things around as far as his mentality and his execution, specifically of his fastball, that have really made a difference over his past three starts. And you've seen him continue to get better and better and better. So, of course, that one helps the Blue Jays when they go out there, and he's got a great outing from him to start off the ball game. But also, it seems to continue to pique other teams' interests the better that Yusei Kikuchi performs out there on the mound.
And his counterpart, Zach Gallen, again on the mound for the Diamondbacks, getting the start today, coming in at 6-5 on the season. The ERA sits at 3.33, 75 strikeouts on the season. And the first batter he will face is George Springer, who is getting set to step to the plate. Gallen just finishing up with his last couple of warm-ups before Springer steps in. George will be the DH this afternoon. As you might have heard Show and Jesse mentioning, Stuart Baroa in right field today, where Springer usually is. Baroa making his first career start for Toronto, final game before the All-Star break. And it, I suppose, comes at the best time for Toronto in the sense that it hasn't gone well in Arizona and maybe a chance to hit the reset button. But at the same time, if you do hit that reset button, you got to come back ready to go over the final 70-odd games.
And you definitely have to figure out a way to turn things around, because nothing seems to be going in the direction that the Blue Jays have wanted it to. And I feel like even about a month ago, it felt like there was still time for them to be able to turn it around. But because they've continued to lose games, they've continued to lose games late in ball games, here we are going into the All-Star break with a little bit of a bad taste in your mouth, too, even before this last game starts, just because of the way that some of these games have ended here in Arizona.
We are set to go. And the first pitch at 4:12 Eastern Time. It's a strike on a fastball at 94 and an 0-1 count. Gallen with the delivery down low. And it's now 1-1. Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire today, he's the one that was at first yesterday that tossed Chris Bassett after Bassett came out of the dugout arguing calls at first. Now a check swing foul ball down the first base side by Springer, and he's down in the count, 1-2.
And if fans think that they're frustrated, if you just wanted to see how frustrated the players on this Toronto Blue Jays team are, just look at last night's game and look at the way that Jose Barrios exited the game, slamming his glove down on the bench.
And a hot shot right back at Gallen, and wasn't quite an ice cream cone, but in the glove, and it wanted to pop out, but Gallen squeezed, and it's a line out to the pitcher to start the ball game for George Springer.
94-mile-per-hour fastball up and outside, and George Springer gets some pretty good barrel on this one, but it happens to land right in Zach Gallen's glove. Because he's a right-handed pitcher, and the way that he follows through over to the first base side of that mound, his glove just happened to be right where that line drive was coming.
That brings up Spencer Horwitz, batting from the left side, of course, swinging at the first pitch. A high fastball fouled off down the third base side and an 0-1 count. Horwitz coming in today, batting .330 in 31 games, but on this road trip, batting .370. The 0-1 pitch. High in the zone, swing and a miss, and a quick 0-2 count.
That OPS for Spencer, too, all the way up well above 900. And a lot of that has to do with the pitch selection and the pitches that he chooses to swing at in certain counts. And even after that one, a marginal pitch, a cutter up and inside, might have been called a ball, possibly called a strike. But as soon as he swung at it, he turned around to our home plate umpire just to see what his zone is going to be like today if that would have been called.
And the 0-2 pitch, that one high, out of the zone, way high. A fastball at 94 from Gallen, and now the count sits at 1-2. Here's the pitch. And he came back with a knuckle curve. First time we've seen that one. Horwitz fouled it off, dribbled it down the first base side. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Gallen threw that curveball quite a bit in his last start against the Braves. Ended up throwing it 43 times in that ball game. It didn't have the best command of that pitch in his last start as that one bounces down into the dirt. He tried to go back-to-back with those knuckle curves. And the Braves did a really good job of laying off of those pitches that were bouncing down in the dirt, forcing him to have to throw more fastballs, and those were the pitches that they were going after, along with the changeups that were being left up in the zone. So for the Blue Jays today, they're going to have to be very disciplined on that curveball.
The 2-2 pitch, and Horwitz sends it out to second, picked up by Kevin Newman, over to first to Christian Walker to record the out. There's 2 down.
Back-to-back curveballs, and then he does try to throw that changeup to Spencer Horwitz. Not a bad swing. I think that's definitely a pitch that you have to swing at in a 2-strike count just because of the way that it was located low and away from him. But he just came around out in front of it a bit too much to where he wasn't able to square it up completely.
Now Vladimir Guerrero Jr. stepping in, the number 3 hitter in the Blue Jay lineup, the All-Star. He'll be a little bit busier during the week that the rest of the team is off and hopefully kicking up their feet somewhere. First pitch in for a strike. Second one, Vladdy jumps on it, tries to send it to the gap, and it will get there in right center. It makes it to the wall. It's picked up by Jake McCarthy, the center fielder, and standing at second with a double is Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
I really like the aggressiveness there by Vladdy after watching a four-seam fastball go by for strike one. This one probably would have been called a ball outside of the strike zone, but he goes after it and gets great extension on that pitch up and away. 101 miles per hour off of the bat of Vladdy, and he knew as soon as he hit it that thing was going to be into the gap. Makes it easily into second base for his 20th double this season.
That brings up Danny Jansen in the 4 spot, the cleanup hitter today for the Blue Jays. And the first pitch to Jansen catches the inside edge on a fastball, 0-1. Jansen hitting .223 on the season, and Vladdy standing out in scoring position right now. Blue Jays would love to score that first run. The 0-1 pitch. Down in the dirt. Nice block there behind the plate by Moreno. Count sits at 1-1. Jansen with 6 homers on the season, 17 runs batted in. As he stares down Gallen right now. Quick look out at second by Gallen, and the 1-1 pitch. Inside, it's 2-1. First time we've seen Jansen against the Diamondbacks after Alejandro Kirk started the last 2 games. Here's the 2-1 delivery. And that one good for a strike. Fastball again, caught that inside edge. It's 2-2.
Seeing Zach Gallen throw these fastballs 94, 95 miles per hour. That was something that was a little bit different in his last start against the Braves. Now it's just his 4th start since coming off of the IL earlier this season.
The 2-2. And he tried to get Jansen with that knuckle curve, but Jansen held off and pushes the count to full. It's 3-2.
His first 2 starts after coming off of the IL, his fastball was all the way up to 97 miles per hour. And that last start against the Braves, it was averaging right about 94. Missing his spots a little bit with that fastball, and already a couple of them have missed well outside of that zone.
The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Jansen sits down, and that will retire the Jays. So they leave Vladdy out at second. We head to the bottom of the first. No score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep. Because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Whitey rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back-to-back.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you, getting set to start the bottom of the first inning. No score as Yusei Kikuchi takes to the bump for the Jays. 19 games this season, a 4-8 record. The ERA sits at an even 4.00. Ketel Marte, the first batter for Kikuchi. And here's the pitch, and it's popped up, but it's going to make its way into the stands. Well deep, a good 15 rows or so. And it actually ricochets all the way back down to row 1. I like to call that Gucci row, as somebody has a souvenir down there. And an 0-1 count now to Marte. The All-Star with 18 homers this season, 53 runs batted in. And it looks like there might be an issue with the communication device with Jansen. He calls time for a second. Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire, walks out with Jansen, and now everything seems set. Jansen back down in a crouch, and we're good to go. Here's the pitch. Outside from Kikuchi on a changeup. It's 1-1.
I'll be interested to see the adjustments that are made on both sides. One from Kikuchi. Does he continue to use the fastball at the rate that we've seen him use this entire month of July, and even going back to his last start, threw it 58 times?
And Marte just ripped a base hit to left field past both Jimenez and Clement at short and third, and straight into the glove of Dalton Varsho out in left field.
And on the flip side, offensively, I was going to say for the Diamondbacks, are they going to go up there and try to hunt that fastball early in the count? Because that's something that Kikuchi has really used to his advantage in his past couple of starts, is being able to locate that four-seam fastball early, which allows him to throw a lot of his breaking balls after that.
Gabriel Moreno now steps in. The one-time Blue Jay, batting .248 on the season, 4 homers, 31 runs batted in. And the first pitch from Kikuchi down low on a fastball, a 1-0 count. The Diamondbacks jumped on the Jays yesterday early and never looked back, en route to their 12-1 victory, and they're already threatening right now with the leadoff man on. Here's the 1-0 delivery. And it's down below the zone on a curveball. It's now 2-0.
You just get the feeling that this is one of those games where Kikuchi is going to have to locate his curveball and his slider and his changeup in the low part of the zone, try to get those pitches more consistently for strikes because of the way that the Diamondbacks have hit fastballs so far this season.
Missing low again, and Kikuchi looked frustrated after that one. The fastball no good, clocked at 95, and a 3-0 count to Moreno. Quick look over at Marte at first. The 3-0 pitch. And in for a strike on the fastball. It's now 3-1. First inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Now Kikuchi with a token throw over to first to keep Marte honest. Slight lead at first from Marte. Vladdy holding him on. Off the bag. Kikuchi looks over. And the 3-1 pitch. And Moreno sends it into right field. It's heading toward the corner, and it just drifts foul. That actually had enough legs to be a homer, but he missed it by about 8-10 feet at most.
And I think the only reason he missed it is because he was just slightly late on that fastball that was actually on the inside part of the plate to him. And because he got just slightly jammed up, that's why that ball ended up going foul. But he still definitely got enough of that baseball to drive it out of the park if it was just a little bit further in fair territory.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. And Kikuchi strikes him out. He came inside with a slider. Moreno got a piece of it, but it's squeezed by Jansen. And there's one away.
I actually really like that location for the slider. Typically, those sliders you're going to see located more in the low part of the strike zone, but because that's pretty much the area that Kikuchi had been throwing his fastball, that's a slider that's located up and inside to Moreno to get that strikeout after that leadoff base hit by Martel.
So one down as Lourdes Gurriel Jr. steps in. And he swings and misses at the first pitch, a fastball at 96.
And I believe I just combined Ketel Marte's name into one name by saying Martel.
That's all right.
I meant Marte.
We knew what you meant.
I meant Marte.
I'm sure I won't be a mistake for you today. Don't worry. The 0-1 pitch. In for another strike. Same spot. This time Gurriel didn't swing, but a fastball at 96 has him down in the count, 0-2. Kikuchi with a quick look over at first. It's the sign from Jansen. Another look at Marte. And he now throws over to first. Marte getting back onto the bag. And the Boo Birds come out early. Nobody likes having those throws over to first. No team, no fans in any market.
I think it just gives people an excuse to boo at something, right?
And the 0-2 pitch way high on a fastball. It's now 1-2. Marte does have 4 stolen bases this season, has been caught only once. He hasn't had a huge lead at first, though. Here's the 1-2 delivery to Gurriel. And it's down in the dirt. Nice block there by Jansen on the slider. Even in the count at 2-2.
Already see a drastic variation in the speeds in the sliders, too. He just struck out Moreno on a slider that was up and in at 89 miles per hour. That slider missing down in the dirt, low and inside to Gurriel Jr. at 85 miles per hour. Danny Jansen's so good at being able to very quickly react to those pitches down in the dirt and end up blocking them in front of him.
The 2-2 pitch is good for a strike. Gurriel didn't like it. He looked back at Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire, but that certainly looked like a strike. No doubt about it. A nasty slider to the point you just made at 89.
It just keeps varying up and down, and I guess you can use that to your advantage, too, if you're able to time that in the release and consistently put it in the spots that you want it to. 89 mile per hour on that slider down in the zone that just barely clips that low part of the strike zone.
So now 2 down as Christian Walker steps in. Tied for 8th in Major League Baseball with 22 home runs. And he fouls off the first pitch. A fastball at 96. It's 0-1.
Because Yusei Kikuchi is so animated on the mound, you can pretty much tell immediately how he's feeling after a couple of pitches. And that fastball center cut 96 miles per hour that Christian Walker just fouled back. Immediately after that swing, you could tell he's just not happy with where he's locating his fastballs early in this ball game.
Got to be happy with that one right there, though. The changeup inside, but certainly in the zone. And now Walker's down 0-2. After giving up the base hit to Marte to start this ball game, Kikuchi with back-to-back strikeouts, looking to strike out the side right here. He won't do so, but he got Walker to ground to him. He makes the grab, tosses over to Vladdy, records the out, and that will do it for the Diamondbacks in the first. On to the second inning we go. No score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, it's Billy Joel here. It's back. All my music on my very own channel, the Billy Joel Channel.
Because you had to be a big shot.
His songs, his stories.
There were these two Italian guys that owned this recording studio. Wow, they had a piano, they had microphones, and I was really impressed. I wanted to know what everything was. What does that do? What does that do? What does that do?
The Billy Joel Channel, happening now for a limited time. Sirius XM Channel 79 and the Sirius XM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription? What? Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Second inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Madison Shipman and Eric Smith with you as we get set to start this second inning. No score. First batter of the inning is Dalton Varsho, playing in left field today. Of course, the lefty bat against the right-hander, Zach Gallen. First pitch, fastball no good. It's a ball. Second one outside as well, and now 2-0 to Varsho. Batting 199 on the season. And he has tripled in each of the first two games of this series. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Good for a strike on a knuckle curve. It's 2-1.
I was curious once Dalton got into that 2-0 count what he was going to decide to look for when he's in that hitter's count. And that's a well-located knuckle curve that even if you're looking at that pitch, I don't know if you go ahead and take a hack at it because it was located right on that low outside part of the zone.
And the 2-1 pitch is ripped into the right field corner. I'll tell you what, he might have a chance at a third straight triple, and he will. Around second comes Varsho, digging to third. He slides but didn't need to. And another triple for Dalton Varsho.
Benefit of getting into those good hitters counts is you feel as a batter that you're in control of the at-bat, and he gets this changeup here. He's out around in front of it, but he drops his barrel behind him to be able to pull that to the right side, and as soon as it gets past the right fielder and ricochets around on that wall out in right field, you know that Dalton Varsho is absolutely going to have a chance to make it all the way around to third base, and he does for his 6th triple of the season.
It brings up Ernie Clement. Of course, hitting from the right side. Gallen, the right-hander, delivers inside on a fastball. No good. A 1-0 count to Clement. A golden opportunity now for the Blue Jays to get on the board first with the leadoff triple from Dalton Varsho. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It looked like it might have been low and inside, but Gabe Morales says, nope, that caught a little bit of the edge. It's called a strike, and now Clement even in the count at 1-1.
Another opportunity here for the Jays to score on a sacrifice fly after that leadoff triple by Varsho.
And Clement sends one to short, and it just ate up Perdomo. It goes off his glove high in the air. It's picked up by Suarez, the third baseman, but that was plenty of time on the miscue for Varsho to sprint home, and of course Clement safe at first.
We've seen Perdomo do this a couple of times in this series alone where he gets those mid-hops and he decides to go with the backhand, maybe to get a better read on that mid-hop, keeping his head behind the baseball. But that one had so much topspin on it because Clement went after that knuckle curve down and out of the zone that last hop right before it got to Perdomo ended up ricocheting off of his arm and up so high it allowed Varsho to score.
This brings up the number 7 hitter now this afternoon, Leo Jimenez. In 7 games with the Jays, the average still looks good at .368. With Clement now at first. None out, top of the second. And Jimenez sends it out to third. It's picked up there by Suarez, over to second to Newman, on to first. The double play. 5-4-3 and 2 quick outs.
Couple of hard hit balls over to the left side for Jimenez. That one just happened to go straight to Suarez. See Zach Gallen adjusting to what he's seeing from the Blue Jays as well, throwing a lot more of those curveballs, and they're going after that pitch, trying to make something happen on that breaking ball.
It brings up Kevin Kiermaier now, the center fielder, batting from the left side, the lefty on righty match. He tried to go up the middle, but it's cut off at second. Nice play made there by Newman, over to first to record the out. And the Diamondbacks get out of the inning and limit the damage, but they do give up 1. Blue Jays have taken the lead 1-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Carnival is at the core of Toronto culture. Stand out in the crowd with your Blue Jays neon hat giveaway. The colors, the music, the heat, the vibes.
I don't know who's having more fun, the players or the fans.
Be at Rogers Center as the Blue Jays celebrate Caribbean Carnival and create core memories of summer in the city.
Everybody's feeling good right now.
Arrive early on Friday, July 26th and claim your Blue Jays neon hat. Blue Jays Caribbean Carnival. For tickets, visit bluejays.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Francis kicks and delivers. Called strike 3, 95.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth as we start the bottom of the second inning. In the first pitch to Randall Grichuk, a little bit too high from Kikuchi, missed on the curveball, a 1-0 count. And now Grichuk jumps on the next pitch. The fastball sends it out to right field, and underneath it is Stuart Baroa. Makes the grab. There's one down.
You can even tell as soon as Kikuchi released that pitch that he liked the location of that fastball a lot better than some of the ones that he threw back in the first inning. Located up and outside to Grichuk for an easy out, number 1.
And Baroa again making his first career start today out there in right field. Got the baby blue glove, the bright red arm sleeve on the right arm. Jake McCarthy stepping in now for the Diamondbacks. In 81 games this season, batting .278. The lefty batter against Kikuchi. He looks at a strike on the first one. The slider good. Clocked at 88, an 0-1 count. McCarthy, the center fielder, in this afternoon's tilt. And back with a fastball. It's good for a strike as well. And McCarthy quickly down 0-2.
McCarthy, the lone lefty in this lineup for Arizona today, but he's done very well against left-handed pitchers so far this season. Just 50 at-bats against lefties, but he's batting .380 in those 50 at-bats.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Inside, and they check down at third to see if McCarthy went, and Ryan Addison says no, it was clean. So he's still alive at 1-2.
Typically, you'd see a few more lefties in this Diamondbacks lineup between Corbin Carroll and Alec Thomas, but because Kikuchi, the lefty, being on the mound, deciding to make a change in the lineup.
And wow, Kikuchi just missing. He wanted that call, and it certainly looked like it was right on the edge the outside part of the zone, missing that fastball. It's now 2-2.
Still a really good pitch to throw when you're ahead 1-2, and it definitely looks like it clips a part of the outside of that zone.
Swing and a miss. Kikuchi gets him nevertheless, came back with a slider, and there's now 2 away.
I know it's just 2 batters here into the bottom of the second inning, but can't you just feel the rhythm change difference than what we saw in the bottom of the first from Kikuchi now here to the bottom of the second? Very quick in between pitches. He was somebody who felt that they thrived off of the change to the pitch clock last year just because it doesn't give him time to think in between pitches, and now he's really picked up the pace here.
Gino Suarez stepping in now. And the first pitch from Kikuchi, a fastball at 96, good for a strike, 0-1. And the next pitch down in the dirt, the changeup no good, it's 1-1. Get your tickets before the All-Star break for a chance to take home more than 15 early bird prizes during Jays Care's 50-50 jackpot. The grand prize is already over $54,000, and you could even win a game-used base at 7 p.m. tonight. Go to BlueJays.com/5050 in Ontario or Nova Scotia. The 1-1 pitch in for a strike. He dropped that curveball right down Main Street, and now Suarez down 1-2. Kikuchi came high with the next one. Missed on the fastball. It's now 2-2. And inside, and he caught Suarez swinging. And that's a strikeout again for Yusei Kikuchi. 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and it keeps the Jays on top 1-0 as we go to the third inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
So, you want to be a loony dogger, eh? Are you the relish ringleader, 7th inning snacker, TikTok topper, or ketchup king? Every Tuesday, Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Then show the world your Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the home run hound or value virtuoso, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. How about 99 right down the middle, beats Manzardo.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Third inning, getting set to start, and Stuart Baroa steps in. His first career start today. As the left-handed bat of Baroa faces the righty Zach Gallen. And the first pitch from Gallen down low. Fastball missing, a 1-0 count to Baroa. Hit .296 in Buffalo this season. The 1-0 pitch to Baroa, and he sends it out toward the gap in right center, but plenty of room for Jake McCarthy to camp underneath, make the grab, and there's one down.
Pretty good swing there by Baroa, just barely missed on that pitch. Got a four-seam fastball on the inside part of the plate. Maybe got a bit jammed up on it. Actually looks on the replay that he just got barely underneath, but a pretty good swing and a good pitch to swing at, too. The swing decisions from these players that have come up from Buffalo this season have been really impressive.
And George Springer jumps on the first pitch and sends a base hit into right field. So Springer on with 1 out. Third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Lévis, Quebec, and West Quebec City. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection.
I was going to say, speaking of impressive, George Springer and the turnaround that he's had in the past couple of weeks. It's amazing what maybe one mechanical tweak in your swing can do just to get your mind maybe off of something else that's been bothering you up at the plate. I always found that it was easier to make an adjustment on a swing mechanic than it was a swing decision or pitch selections or chase rate, whatever it might be. But just something else to focus on within an at-bat can really make a difference.
Spencer Horwitz up, takes a pitch. The cutter good for a strike from Gallen. And now Gallen throws over to first, and Springer dives back into the bag. Horwitz down 0-1. Hoping to move Springer around the bases. Blue Jays leading 1-0. As Horwitz just sent one out to second base. It's picked up by Newman, flips it over to Perdomo on to first, and the double play is turned, and that will quickly end the inning for the Blue Jays. We head to the bottom of the third. Toronto up 1-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This weekend, the NBA world descends on Sin City, and NBA Radio has you covered for every second of Summer League.
Connect, goes strong to the basket, scores, and he's fouled. Just what the doctor ordered.
We're bringing you courtside with the decision makers and legends of the game.
The Hall of Famer Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
The Lakers, they have AD. He's awesome.
Hear live coverage from Summer League all weekend long on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Before the USA Basketball Men's Olympic team headed to Paris, the team's managing director, Grant Hill, sat down for an exclusive town hall interview on SiriusXM NBA Radio, hosted by Coach K.
Coach, you've assembled rosters. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. I left people off that I love, that I'm a big, I want to tune in and watch. That was hard.
Hear our town hall interview with Grant Hill, hosted by Coach K, whenever you want with the all-new SiriusXM app. Just search Team USA.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Brickyard 400, presented by PPG from Indianapolis Motor Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the third inning, Blue Jays leading 1-0 as Yusei Kikuchi heads back out and faces Kevin Newman. And Newman swinging at the first pitch, the right-handed bat of Newman, the second baseman. We saw him a couple of moments ago in part of that double play that ended the inning for the Blue Jays. Newman batting .281 in 69 games this season. He's down in the count 0-1 after fouling off the first pitch. And Kikuchi comes back with a slider and now quickly ahead 0-2.
A really quick inning for the Blue Jays, too. We were joking in between innings that Yusei Kikuchi probably barely had time to grab a drink of water before he was back out there on the mound. Just 5 pitches thrown by Zach Gallen.
I'm going to say you counted it 5 pitches. Kikuchi, for what it's worth, has thrown 31 thus far here in the bottom of the third. Shakes off the first sign from Danny Jansen. And now comes back with the 0-2 and missed badly in the dirt on the changeup. That one bouncing in front of the plate. It's now 1-2.
Kikuchi does already have 4 strikeouts, and we talk about the 13 that he had in his last start and just how efficient he was, too, just getting up to 100 pitches with those 13 strikeouts. Typically, when you see that many strikeouts, you're going to see that pitch count rise, too.
And the 1-2 pitch fouled off. Kikuchi came back with the fastball. It's sent up and over the backstop, and the count stays at 1-2.
So what we saw from Kikuchi last time out and is similar to what we're seeing now here in the bottom of the third and what we saw in the bottom of the second inning, him getting ahead with a variety of different pitches.
And now Newman lifts one out into left center. Camping underneath it is Dalton Varsho to make the grab. There's one down.
I find that's the biggest difference in Yusei Kikuchi starts when he's really sharp and maybe some starts where he doesn't look like he's quite as on, is the efficiency in which he's able to command all of his pitches in different locations. And when you even just don't have one of those pitches working, it allows the opposing offense to completely eliminate a pitch from your arsenal and not even have to worry about it. But when he's got everything working, as a batter, you have to be selective of as far as what you want to go after in every single at-bat.
Geraldo Perdomo steps in now for the Diamondbacks, the number 9 hitter. The shortstop, a switch hitter, hitting from the right side right now against the lefty Kikuchi. Took the first pitch for a ball, second one a fastball way high, and now a 1-1 count to Perdomo. Batting .279 on the season. Kikuchi with the 1-1 delivery, and it just misses outside. I thought he might get the call, but nope. Gabe Morales says it was outside. It's now 2-1. Here's the pitch. Down Main Street. Good for a strike on the fastball. It's now 2-2. In 33 games, Perdomo with 11 runs batted in. I mentioned the .279 average, has yet to homer. And he just slapped one foul down the right field line into the stands. We'll do it again at 2-2.
He's seen nothing but four-seam fastballs in this at-bat from Kikuchi. All of the fastballs have been located in a different spot as well, and by that swing by Perdomo, he was so late on that 95-mile-per-hour pitch. You have to wonder if he's expecting to see one of those sliders or one of the changeups, even a curveball that we've seen Kikuchi use so far today.
Kikuchi comes set, and here's the pitch. And Perdomo dribbles it down to third, picked up by Clement. Sets his feet, throws to first, gets the out, and there's 2 down.
Really good location for the slider, low and inside. 91 miles per hour on that slider, too, but I guarantee he noticed just how late Perdomo was on that swing. And one way to combat that is to not throw the slider away to the barrel, because that's just going to play into his game plan, but jamming him up with that off-speed pitch, low and inside.
2 down here in the bottom of the third. The Blue Jays leading 1-0. Back to the top of the order with Ketel Marte stepping in, and a ball from Kikuchi outside, missed on that curveball. 1-0 count. Way high on the fastball. It's now 2-0. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Hit a home run for your next home improvement. Great selection of renovation products and quality brands. Timber Mart has the bases loaded for a grand slam on every project. Batter up. Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Marte just slapped a base hit to center field, and he's on with 2 away here in the third.
Marte already with 2 hits against Kikuchi. Both of those hits coming off of the four-seam fastball, and this one pretty much center cut right down the middle to Marte. But the benefit of getting ahead in the count if you're Ketel is that you know that Kikuchi doesn't want to put you on board. He's going to try to throw a strike in there, and that's exactly what he does. And Marte drives it right back up the middle.
Gabriel Moreno now steps in. He struck out in his first at-bat. He was ahead in the count 3-0 before Kikuchi battled back to mow him down. And the first pitch from Yusei is down low, missing on the slider, and a 1-0 count to Moreno. Moreno batting .247 on the season. Kikuchi with a quick look over to first. Here's the pitch. And it's sent up high by Moreno out into right field. Camped underneath it. Stuart Baroa makes the grab, and that will sit down the Diamondbacks as we go to the 4th inning. Toronto on top by 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The final major championship of 2024 is coming, and you can hear all the action on SiriusXM.
Up toward the hole, has a chance, and it goes! Rory McIlroy with an overhand fist bump!
Coverage of the 152nd Open Championship begins Monday, July 15th, with play-by-play beginning Thursday, July 18th on Open Radio.
He's holding the big one! Brian Harman is the champion golfer of the year!
Hear the 2024 Open Championship on Channel 92 when you're in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
The final major championship of 2024 is coming, and you can hear all the action on SiriusXM.
Up toward the hole, has a chance, and it goes! Rory McIlroy with an overhand fist pump.
Coverage of the 152nd Open Championship begins Monday, July 15th, with play-by-play beginning Thursday, July 18th on Open Radio.
He's holding the big one. Brian Harman is the champion golfer of the year.
Hear the 2024 Open Championship on Channel 92 when you're in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Radio Network.
Fourth inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. As we get set to start this fourth inning, it'll be Vladimir Guerrero Jr. stepping in to face Zach Gallen for the second time. Vladdy, in his first at-bat, hit a double. Back in the first inning, he was stranded at second, though, after Danny Jansen struck out to end that inning. And Vladdy jumping on the first pitch, fouls off the fastball down the right field side. Down in the count now, 0-1. Guerrero's hitting .286 on the season. Swings at the next pitch, and that changeup sent foul down the third base side, and now he's down in the count 0-2.
You can definitely tell that Vladdy seems to be in swing mode. That double that he had in the first inning was clearly a fastball that was going to be called for a ball, but he put a really good swing on it. And now here in his second at-bat, he's swung at both pitches that he's seen in this at-bat. The first one a fastball, and that last one probably would have been a ball, a changeup thrown low and inside.
And the 0-2 pitch down low, and Vladdy held back on that changeup. Nice patience there. The count sits at 1-2. Here's the pitch from Gallen, outside and low on the cutter. Now even in the count, 2-2. Jansen on deck, Varsho in the hole. Varsho with a triple in his first at-bat. Ultimately scored on an error, and that is the score right now, 1-0 Blue Jays, as Vladdy just chased one low again. Gallen came back with a changeup, but this time Vladdy went after it. And actually, I pull that back. Vladdy got a piece of that. I didn't think he did, but Guerrero is stepping back into the box.
I'm with you from the first look at that. I didn't think that he made contact on that swing changeup that definitely bounced down in the dirt. It didn't look like he made contact with it.
And he got life, and it paid off as he just sent a base hit past the glove of Perdomo at short. And Guerrero on with none out. We got the benefit of the replay, folks, and Madison and I both looked at each other kind of bug-eyed. It did not look like Vladdy's bat touched that ball. I thought that was a strikeout when I called it, and even the replay, I'm still convinced it was a strikeout.
But nobody was really arguing it on the
True
field,
enough.
so maybe they're seeing something that we're not. But I completely agree with you. Even looking at that slow-mo replay again, I still did not think that he made contact with it. But if you get another opportunity in the at-bat, you might as well make the most of it, and that's exactly what he does.
And if you're a Blue Jay fan, you're saying, shut up, Eric, take it and run. Guerrero standing at first now with none out. The leadoff man is on as Jansen steps in. He struck out in his first at-bat. Gallen ahead in the count 1-0, came inside again with two straight, and now a 2-0 count to Jansen.
It had to have been a foul ball, though, right? Because you would have seen Zach Gallen arguing it. Feel like there would have been a lot more emotions. Even Moreno behind the plate, he really didn't look like he was fighting it at all either.
I think you're right, but we got a giant HD replay screen telling us otherwise. But I don't know, maybe we missed something. It's all old news now with Vladdy standing out on first, and he might have some company on the bases in a second as another inside pitch is thrown to Jansen, who now is well ahead in the count at 3-0. Here's the pitch from Gallen. Inside, but called a strike as Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire, gave Gallen that call. It's now 3-1. A quick look over at Vladdy. And now a token toss over to first to keep Guerrero honest. Vladdy scampers back to the bag. Gallen with a quick look over again as he comes set. The 3-1 pitch. Pretty much down Main Street, fouled off by Jansen, missed that fastball by a little bit. It's now 3-2.
It's interesting, too, because we know that Danny Jansen likes to pull the ball to the left side, and so far every single pitch that he's seen in this at-bat has either missed well off of the plate inside, or Zach Gallen's been able to get them for strikes on the inside part of the plate. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to go away with anything yet.
And the 3-2 pitch looked like it was kind of down Main Street again. It's blooping into center field, and it drops in front of Jake McCarthy. Kevin Newman was trying to make his way out there, but was not going to get to it, and looked like McCarthy might have got a bit of a late jump, didn't get there in time, and it's a seeing eye bloop there for Danny Jansen.
Jansen definitely gets jammed up. It's another fastball inside. Again, surprised they didn't go with a breaking ball low and away, and McCarthy, he was coming in pretty hard, but he threw his glove up at the last minute, maybe to try to throw up a decoy for Vladdy Guerrero Jr. running from first to second base, but Vladdy knew that thing was going to drop all the way, and either way, the Blue Jays are going to take it now. They've got 2 runners on board with nobody away.
And Dalton Varsho, who goes after the first pitch and sends a base hit into right field. And Vladdy turns the corner and scores, going second to home, and an RBI single for Dalton Varsho. Danny Jansen was able to get to third as well, so it's runners on the corners for the Jays.
Varsho just keeps stringing together these quality at-bats, and thinking back to some words that John Schneider said before this series against the Diamondbacks even started, is he said he wanted to see Dalton Varsho pull the ball a little bit more, show off that power to the right side of the field, and that's exactly what we've seen so far in this series. He goes after this first pitch fastball. It's a 4-seamer, 94 miles per hour, low in the zone, and he's got all that power to the pull side, so he gets out in front and drives it out to right field for another run for Toronto.
So a 2-for-2 day thus far for Dalton Varsho, with a triple, a single, a run scored, and now an RBI. And the Blue Jays threatening to do even more damage in this inning, as there are none out with runners on the corners and Ernie Clement stepping into the box. Clement 0 for 1, but reached on an error in the second inning. In the second inning, and that's the run that came in off that error was Dalton Varsho's that I mentioned a moment ago. Clement fouls off the first pitch. It was a fastball from Zach Gallen. Sent it down the third base side.
Ernie's finding himself in a very similar situation to what you mentioned back in the second inning, with the infield pulled in too, with that runner over at third base.
And with Varsho at first and the speed that he possesses, Zach Gallen thinking about that, he throws over to first and Varsho dives back in. It's Danny Jansen at third, who advanced from first to third on Varsho's single. Inside to Clement, down low. Count now even at 1-1. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you in the Timbermark broadcast booth, with the Blue Jays leading 2-0 in the top of the fourth. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Clement held off. That one down in the dirt on the knuckle curve. 2-1.
A really good take by Ernie Clement, who we know likes to be very aggressive up at the plate, and Zach Gallen wants you to swing at that knuckle curve down in the dirt. He wants you to try to take a swing at that one, because it's not a pitch that you're going to make solid contact with, and it's a good take getting him to a 2-1 count.
The 2-1 pitch, again down in the dirt, and Clement held off. It's now 3-1.
When we think of at-bats, obviously you think of swings and the impact that they can make within an at-bat, but I often feel that good, solid takes can make an equally great impact on an at-bat. And right there, back-to-back takes on that knuckle curve down in the dirt, and now Ernie's found himself in a spot where you'd imagine Gallen's going to throw a fastball here.
And he does. Clement didn't like it, though. Came a little bit inside, and Clement let it go. So now the count sits at full, 3-2. That fastball clocked at 93, just caught the inside part of the zone. Crowd starting to buzz a little bit right now. They need an out. They want an out. Runners on the corner with none away, and the Blue Jays already with a run in this inning and 2 in the game. They lead 2-0. Top 4. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Gallen, and Clement rips it in to left field past the shortstop Perdomo. The run will score from Jansen, and now as the throw comes in, it makes it past the cutoff man, dribbles toward the Diamondbacks dugout, and it allows both runners, Varsho to advance to third and Clement up to second.
Such a good at-bat by Ernie Clement, and he got a couple of looks at that knuckle curve that he took down in the dirt, and he gets another one here in a full count. So you know Zach Gallen's going to try to bring it a little bit more into the strike zone. It was still below the zone, but we know that Ernie Clement can hit anything remotely close to that zone, and he gets this one out to center field. And a bit of sloppy defense from the Diamondbacks that we've seen today. Bit uncharacteristic for this team overall as the season has gone for them. But Lourdes Gurriel Jr. ended up throwing that one past Suarez at third base, and now 2 runners in scoring position.
This brings up Leo Jimenez. Grounded into a double play in his first at-bat back in the second inning. He's got 2 runners in scoring position right now. None out here in the 4th inning for the Blue Jays. That pitch inside. Nice job there holding off on the fastball. Jimenez even in the count now, 1-1. Gallen with the pitch. Swing and a miss. As Jimenez went after that cutter that was low and outside, and he got fooled by that one. It's 1-2.
One of the few times that you've seen Leo Jimenez chase at something outside of the strike zone. That chase rate for him just under 23%.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside down in the dirt. And a nice job there by Moreno to keep it in front of him. Again, of course, very important with the runners at second and third.
You wonder, too, if the Blue Jays runners are going to be thinking about some of those hard pitches that bounce off of the backstop, too. You'd think normally you would be going automatically, but yesterday it was Spencer Horwitz trying to steal third base on that ball that got past Herrera, who was back behind the plate yesterday for the Diamondbacks. Ended up throwing him out at third base.
The 2-2 pitch high and inside, and sort of dancing out of the box out of the way that pitch was Jimenez, as he has now forced the count full here at 3-2. Still none out here in the 4th inning. Blue Jays trying to pile on as many as they can, leading 3-0. The 3-2 inside and a free pass for Jimenez. The bases are loaded for Kevin Kiermaier.
Nice job of bouncing back in that at-bat, too, for Leo Jimenez after swinging at that uncharacteristic cutter outside of the strike zone. Gets back into the zone and watches a couple of balls go by. Ends up earning that free pass to load up the bases. And you know Yusei Kikuchi is loving all of this run support that he's getting over in that dugout right now, because that's not something that he saw in his last start.
You're right about that. He had a career-high 13 strikeouts, but didn't get a whole lot of runs until late in the ballgame when the Jays actually had a lead and unfortunately frittered it away against the Giants. They were that close to getting a sweep of the Giants, and then that close to making it a 6-game winning streak if you factor in the 2 against the Mariners, the 3 they could have had against the Giants, and the 1 in Game 1 against the Diamondbacks that they would have, could have, should have had as well.
I was going to say, I know that's the game that you've loved to play for the past couple of days, and so has everybody. Blue Jays fans everywhere are thinking if this pitch would have just bounced this direction, or if you throw this pitch instead of this one, you could have a completely different outcome for these 3 series.
Kiermaier jumps on the first pitch with the bases loaded, sends it to right. It's a grand slam for Kevin Kiermaier. Toronto has ripped this game open. They lead 7-0.
Yesterday for the Diamondbacks, it was all about them capitalizing on mistakes, and the Blue Jays have flipped the script in today's ball game, and all with nobody out here in the top of the 4th inning, they continue to do damage. This is a cutter that just misses up and inside, and Kiermaier with those quick hands keeps his hands inside of that baseball and blasts it out to right field for the huge grand slam for Kiermaier to blow this game open.
And that's got to feel incredibly good for Kevin Kiermaier. What a week he has had. The future uncertain in general, and yet here he is in the lineup and then cracking a grand slam.
Well, and to find out that he had been placed on waivers, where I guess the rest of the world kind of found out in the middle of the game. He was informed after the game. He actually had a phenomenal game on the field that day, too. A couple of hits and made a great defensive play, but handled it so professionally, always keeps his head up. He's always going to go out there and work as hard as he possibly can. And to be able to come through for the team in that moment, had to feel good.
Stuart Burrow with the 1-1 count, slaps one toward first. It's picked up by Walker, and just getting to the bag to catch the ball and apply the foot on the bag right before Burrow got there was Zach Gallen. So there's finally one away. Brings up the top of the order, George Springer, for the third time already in just the fourth inning. Springer will get in that bat. He's 1 for 2 in the ball game. He singled last inning. Blue Jays have scored 6 in the inning to lead 7-0 in the top of the fourth. Springer down 0-1. The fastball good from Gallen. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Quickly down 0-2. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. The 0-2 pitch down low. It's 1-2. Download the St. Louis Wings app at stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. Springer chops one to third, charging in to make the grab is Suarez. Over to first to get Springer by a couple of steps. There's 2 away. And as we look at that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Baltimore with a big comeback win today, beating the Yankees 6-5. So Baltimore finally snaps the skid and staying in the AL East. Boston wins again at home. They beat Kansas City 5-4. The Red Sox now on Sundays 16-1 this season.
We were talking about it before this game started, but the Red Sox have quietly had a very, very good season. And at the beginning of the year, they were having to deal with a lot of injuries, so there was a lot of uncertainty surrounding the Red Sox, but they have just continued to manage to win ball games.
Spencer Horwitz. First pitch, a ball on the changeup. Second one comes in, another changeup, good for a strike. It's now 1-1.
Brian Bayo got the start for them today. Got some good starting pitching. Pitching coming in relief, too. Rafael Devers has had a really good year so far for them this season. Not to mention Jarren Duran as well.
So a lot.
A lot, yeah. There's a lot of reasons why the Red Sox are playing well right now, but particularly on Sundays.
Absolutely. The 2-1 pitch sent up the middle into center field, and Spencer Horwitz continues to hit the ball well this season, let alone this road trip.
It always seems like he's managing to find himself in good counts and getting good pitches to hit, and he's not afraid to take a hack at it if he finds something that looks good. And the way that he stands on the plate, too, he challenges pitchers on the inside part of the plate, almost steps across his body at times when he strides, but he gets that fastball and drives it straight back up the middle. And with that last hit there, looks like we might see a pitching change for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Zach Gallen's day is done. With the Blue Jays leading 7-0, we will send it back to baseball control with Show Ellie.
Thank you very much, Eric and Madison. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Don't forget, we do have another edition of Jays Talk. Jesse Rubinoff and I will stick around and take your calls and text. I'll throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. You can text us as well at 590-590. Name and location. The People's Text line always open. Standard message and data rates may apply. We'll do second half bold predictions if you want to text us or call with your second half bold predictions after the All-Star break is over. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. The UEFA European Championship, otherwise known as the Euros, are officially over. Spain beating England 2-1. The Spaniards getting the game winner in the 86th minute for their record 4th European Championship. They've actually now won 3 of the last 5 Euros, dating back to 2008. England, meanwhile, going home having never won the tournament, their only major piece of silverware still coming back in 1966 at the World Cup. The Canadian men's national soccer team run at Copa America officially over. They do depart as fourth-place finishers following a loss to Uruguay last night. They led 2-1 late, but with minutes to play, the longtime Uruguayan national team vet Luis Suarez gets the equalizer to go. Uruguay would go on to win 4-3 on penalties, but still a finish not many expected for the Canadian program under newly installed head coach Jesse Marsh. The Copa America final, meanwhile, will feature Argentina versus Colombia. The All-South America final will go tonight, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific in Miami. And don't forget, still some good Canadian soccer to come this summer. The Canadian women's national team will attempt to defend their gold medal. The first game takes place Thursday, July 25th. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action. Here's Eric Smith and Madison Shipman.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Humberto Castellanos comes onto the mound now for the Diamondbacks in relief, and he'll face Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Second at bat in this inning for Vladdy. He jumps on the first pitch and fouls it off into the stands over the dugout on the right field side, on the first base side. Vladdy down 0-1. Castellanos to Vladdy. He rips one to third. A hot shot picked up by Suarez. What a play. Throws to first to record the out, and that will finally sit down the Blue Jays. But they score 6 in the inning. They've got 7 total. They lead the Diamondbacks 7-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, I'll move them day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? It's Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday, so many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bo Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth, getting set to start this bottom half of the 4th inning. It was a long top half as the Blue Jays score 6, highlighted by a grand slam from Kevin Kiermaier. Blue Jays leading 7-0 as Kikuchi comes in with a fastball to Gurriel. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Let that one go. It's 1-0. Second pitch inside with a fastball. Now 2-0.
Well, the last thing you want to do if you're Yusei Kikuchi here is give up a leadoff free pass after your team had just put up a 6 spot in the top of the 4th inning.
Kikuchi with the delivery down Main Street. Another fastball. It's now 2-1.
Probably feels good for Kikuchi, too, to have a little bit of breathing room when he's out there on the mound. We talked about how he just did not get a lot of run support in his last start, despite those 13 strikeouts that he had.
And now the 2-1 pitch down low, missing on the slider just below the zone. It's 3-1. It's kind of been the case all year, right? For not just Kikuchi, but all the starters.
I was going to say, the starting rotation, you just get the feeling that they've been pitching under duress for the majority of this year because the offense has been struggling.
And now Gurriel tries to jump on the 3-1, but he skies it out into center field. Plenty of room, lots of time for Kiermaier to camp underneath it, make the grab, and there's one down.
And, that brings up a conversation you and I were having again before this game started. I think you could say that holds true even going back to last season, the starting pitching having to pitch under duress, because there were times where, yes, the offense did show up, but there were a lot of times where we were still talking about how the lack of home runs or the lack of consistency in the offense continued to put wear and tear and pressure on the starting rotation throughout the season.
And that kind of leads to the chicken or egg conversation about if you don't have the bats, then the pitching struggles. Well, the pitching didn't struggle last year, nor did the bullpen. But this year, the starting pitching hasn't been as great. The bullpen has been significantly worse, and the bats haven't been there, and it's just a recipe for disaster.
And it seems like very rarely are they able to put complete games together. It seems like when the pitching's there, maybe the offense isn't there. The days where the offense is there, maybe the pitching falls apart a little bit. Just seems like they haven't been able to put every facet of the game together all in one consistently.
Christian Walker into the box, and he takes the first 2 pitches, and they're both strikes. Both fastballs. And Kikuchi now ahead 0-2. Walker with 22 homers on the season, and he just sat down swinging and missing at the changeup, and another strikeout for Kikuchi.
We talked about it yesterday, but collectively the one thing the Blue Jays pitching has done very well is pretty much shut down Christian Walker throughout this series, and Yusei Kikuchi does that again here, starts him off with 2 four-seam fastballs and then goes with that changeup. This time he throws that changeup low and away, so it's got a little bit of arm side break to it as well. It's a good looking pitch to get Christian Walker to strike out.
Brings up Randall Grichuk, jumps on the first pitch, but well placed the defense by the Jays. As Spencer Horowitz was right up the middle, he makes the grab pretty much straight behind second base, throws over to first to Vladdy to get the out, and the Jays get out of the inning, leading 7-0. On to the 5th we go. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
SiriusXM Triumph. Get real answers with Dr. Laura.
No nonsense advice about relationships, marriage, kids.
Tough love.
It happened is not a phrase anybody uses when they take responsibility.
Inspiration.
Every time you go to bed with a negative thought, you have to match it up with a positive one. That's your new rule.
Dr. Laura. Plus Megyn Kelly, Glenn Beck, Nancy Grace, and Dave Ramsey. All on Triumph. SiriusXM 111 and on the SiriusXM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
I'm Rocco Mediate. Music and golf are coming together on Rolling the Rock with Alice Cooper and me. I'll talk with the rock and roll legend about his career and passion for the game that we all love.
There's a putt, must be 90 feet long, and you make that putt, or walking off and you say, I could never make that putt again in
100 years. PGA Tour Radio is your exclusive home to Rolling the Rock, and you can hear the show anytime with the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 5th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca. First pitch to Danny Jansen to start this 5th inning is a strike. The sinker good from Castellanos. And now he just hit Danny Jansen.
Clearly the game plan for the Diamondbacks is trying to ride the fastballs in on the hands of Danny Jansen. This one just got away from him too much. Another one of those pitches where I'm wondering, did it hit him? Danny Jansen turned to our home plate umpire and immediately signaled that it got him on the finger of that left hand.
Arizona's challenging the call by Hitz Batman.
Folks, you can't see, but I'm bug-eyed and palms to the sky to Madison, because you might have heard in my call I wasn't prepared to call a hit by pitch. I was just watching Danny Jansen run down to first, so I kind of delayed, and Castellanos just hit him. It certainly didn't look like that ball touched Jansen. I'll happily be wrong, and certainly Blue Jay fans would love it if the leadoff man is on base.
We have been wrong already in this ball game with the.
Oh, I've never been wrong in my life, Madison. I don't know about you.
Well, I'll wear it.
Ask my wife. I've never been wrong, ever.
We're gonna call her up right now.
Actually, our anniversary is today too. Don't call her. Don't
Happy
call
anniversary.
Her. Thanks. We're awaiting the official review and then get official word from the crew. Jansen standing at first. He's already got the oven mitt on, ready to run those base paths.
Well, and Jansen immediately turned and signaled that he got hit by that pitch. It was almost like he was showing his pinky finger on his left hand, so his bottom hand on the bat, signaling that that was what got hit by the baseball. And when they're looking at these video reviews, they're obviously looking to see if there's any change of direction on that baseball.
Are you seeing anything?
If there was, it was very slight. And I'm wondering, too, if it was knob or if it was the finger, if it did hit anything.
Well, and obviously there needs to be enough evidence to overturn the call that was made on the field, which was a hit by pitch. So I don't know if we will have enough evidence. We shall see. This is one of the longer reviews that we have had. Danny Jansen. Thus far in this ball game.
After review, the call is overturned. It is not hit by a batter. Goes back to bat.
Not exactly the best explanation, but we understand.
Well, you're continuing your streak of never being wrong. So
there you go.
Congrats on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's my anniversary gift for the day. Danny Jansen, I was saying, for the day thus far, 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a base hit. But he's got a chance to head back into the box and add to those totals and maybe earn his way on here. I suppose the acting job not good enough from Jansen.
Well, and if I'm pitching here too, I'm probably coming right back up and inside with another sinker. So if I'm Danny Jansen, maybe use a little bit of that knowledge and being back behind the plate to his advantage. See if he can turn on something, a fastball inside.
The count at 1-1, and it's outside, but it caught the outside edge on the sinker, and now Jansen down on the count, 1-2. Castellanos, the right-handed reliever, came in last inning. This is first full inning, and the first batter he faces is Jansen, missing way outside on the curveball. It's now 2-2. Humberto Castellanos. Here's the pitch. Jansen slaps it down to third. It's fair. Picked up by Suarez. Throws across the field to Walker to make the play. There's one down.
Jansen got a little on top of that sinker that was center cut right down the middle. Some pretty good last-minute bite on those sinkers from Castellanos as well. And he's got that sidearm release, so it comes out a little bit differently. Last-minute arm side run going down and inside to the righty, Danny Jansen.
Dalton Varsho comes up. He has tripled and singled in this game, 2 for 2. I guess technically halfway to the cycle, but you'll take a base hit no matter what. Keep the good times rolling if you're Dalton Varsho, with the Blue Jays leading 7-0 in the top of the 5th. Swing and a miss from Varsho. Big cut there has him down 0-2.
I was just going to say, I don't think he was going for another triple on that swing. I think he was trying to send that thing out to right field.
Castellanos with the pitch. High outside. Now 1-2. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Oakland beats Philadelphia. Get this, 18-3. 18-3.
Wow.
I mean, the Phillies are 62-34 after the loss. Oakland with just 37 wins on the season, but they beat the mighty Phillies by 15 runs. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Varsho is retired for the first time today.
Those 18 runs for the A's came on 15 hits as well. Wow. It's an impressive win for Oakland over the Phillies.
Two down now as Ernie Clement steps in. 1 for 2 in the ball game. Reached on an error, but he's got a single, a run scored, and an RBI. He was a part of that 6-run inning in the last inning. First pitch from Castellanos up high, just missing on that sinker. It's now 1-0 to Clement. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and Clement rips one down the left field line. It's going to make its way to the wall. Clement will be into second as Lourdes Gurriel picks that one up, tosses it in. It's a stand-up double for Ernie Clement.
Clement clearly still seeing the ball extremely well up at the plate. This is another one of those sinkers, so it's going to ride down and inside in on the hands of Clement, but he's got such quick hands going through the zone that he's able to hit that one on a line over the head of Suarez at third base, and it goes all the way down to the fence out in left field. An easy stand-up double with 2 away for Ernie.
12th double of the season for Clement. Brings up Leo Jimenez. Jimenez 0 for 1 in the ball game.
I'm just going to take you back to that Oakland game again.
Yeah.
I'm over here double checking, looking at this box score. 3 home runs for Lawrence Butler. 8 home runs for Oakland today against the Phillies.
Again, an 18-3 victory. And Jimenez just lined out softly to second base. That pitch came in on the handle, and an easy grab by Kevin Newman to retire the Jays. On to the bottom of the 5th we go. Toronto leading 7-0. Kikuchi still on the bump. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The biggest names in NASCAR talk are now with SiriusXM.
Hey, this is Denny Hamlin, host of Actions Detrimental, driver of the number 11 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, and co-owner of 2311 Racing. Join me and my co-host Jared Allen every Monday for a recap of each NASCAR race from the driver's seat. We'll break down how my race went and hopefully ending in victory lane.
Hear Actions Detrimental plus every incredible podcast from Dirty Mo Media right now on the SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, Sean Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Hopefully you get a couple of guys going at the same time, and we're just looking for consistency. It's been tough, it's been frustrating at times, but also feel good about the progress that certain guys have made and that the progress that we've made in terms of, our prep and our work.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Hello, Blue Jay fans. I'm Craig Ballard, host of your daily Locked On Blue Jays podcast. Locked On Blue Jays is part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Locked On Blue Jays brings you the latest Blue Jays news and analysis and breaks down all of the action. Locked On Blue Jays is everything a Blue Jays fan could want, all in a 30-minute daily podcast. Download Locked On Blue Jays right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Blue Jays.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
What's next?
Bottom of the 5th inning, we get set for the Arizona batters, as Yusei Kikuchi has pitched well this afternoon. And the first man he faces is Jake McCarthy, who slaps at the first pitch, grounds out to first, and botched by Vladimir Guerrero. He picked it up. Kikuchi was late in getting there, and it looked like as Vladdy went to underhand it, he sort of held back for a second and then skied it past Kikuchi. It didn't need to be that difficult.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was trying to time it to get that toss right to Kikuchi as he was hitting first base, but I'm surprised Vladdy just didn't toss it to him before that. And it did look like as Kikuchi was running over there, he lost his footing a bit, because right when Vladdy did toss it over to him, Kikuchi turns his head to make sure that his right foot is going to land on first base. As soon as he turns his head, that ball gets tossed, and this play just blows up in the faces of the Blue Jays right there to start off this inning. And now you've got McCarthy over at second base, what looked like was going to be an easy first out of the inning.
So a runner in scoring position now to start this inning for the Diamondbacks. And it will bring up Suarez to the plate.
And it was Kikuchi that ended up running all the way to the wall to get that ball, because when Vladdy tossed it, it rolled over into foul territory. Kikuchi even slid down to try to get that ball as quickly as possible. So they're giving him an extra few seconds to regather himself before he steps out on the mound again.
Eugenio Suarez steps into the box. And Kikuchi looks over at McCarthy at second base. Here's the first pitch, down low, missing on a curveball, and a 1-0 count.
A couple of those plays that we've seen over at first base the past two games that just have not gone the way that we would have expected. Looked like easy outs off of the bat.
And after that first pitch, Kikuchi took his glove off again and was shaking it out as there was more dirt still stuck inside from that slide into the wall and into the dirt in foul territory.
It's not too often that you see these starting pitchers with their pant legs full of dirt from sliding, so a bit of a different look here for Kikuchi. He's still trying to get some of that dirt out of his glove.
Maybe a little rattled right now with 3 straight balls, missed on the curve and then missed on back-to-back fastballs to Suarez. It's now a 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. Caught the inside edge. Suarez didn't like the call. It's now 3-1.
Could be a little out of breath, too, because he had to run a long way for that ball, not just to first base, but even beyond first base when that toss got past him.
The 3-1 pitch down in the dirt. Jansen tried to get down to block it and couldn't do so. It makes it to the backstop. So now it's kind of salt in the wounds, not just a pass ball or not just a free pass for Suarez, but a pass ball, which will move McCarthy to third. And now runners on the corners.
And these are the times here where, yes, you still have a 7-run lead, so you've got a big cushion, but with the offense that the Diamondbacks have displayed, especially in yesterday's ball game, you do not want to give them any breathing room here. You don't want to let this situation snowball any further out of control, and because of that, in sensing what's going on in this inning, Pete Walker is coming out of the dugout to have a conversation with Yusei Kikuchi on the mound.
It gives us a chance to look at the injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Prera will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. Luckily, outside of Bo Bichette still trying to get back, no real injuries to talk of with the Blue Jays, but Madison, there was a roster move today.
Yeah, the roster move earlier today was left-handed pitcher Brandon Isert has been recalled from AAA Buffalo, and right-handed pitcher Bowden Francis, who we saw throw 2 innings in yesterday's ball game, has been optioned to AAA Buffalo.
And Kevin Newman jumps on the first pitch from Kikuchi into center field. It's picked up by Kiermaier. The throw into the plate in plenty of time, so they are unable to score, the Diamondbacks, as McCarthy has to scamper back to third.
What a throw there by Kevin Kiermaier, too, to home plate, right on the money. Because of that throw, McCarthy didn't even want to take a chance knowing exactly who was out there in center field. Took a couple of hard steps off of third base, watched that throw come in, and immediately went back to third base. Hit Danny Jansen on the chest from center field.
And with the throw into home, that did allow Suarez to move from first to second, so it's now second and third for the Diamondbacks with 1 away. And Geraldo Perdomo steps in, the number 9 hitter, the switch hitter, batting from the right side against the lefty Kikuchi. He fouls off the first pitch, and he's down in the count 0-1.
You and I coming into today, we're talking about that roster move, too, and just even looking at yesterday's game, maybe a little bit surprised initially when we saw that because Bowden Francis didn't give up a single run in both innings that he threw yesterday in that game. But maybe could be bringing up a fresh lefty arm here in this last game going into the All-Star break. But also Bowden Francis had struggled a little bit in his appearances prior to last night. He had given up 5 earned runs in his 2 appearances before the game last night that he pitched against the Diamondbacks. Had given up a couple of walks as well. He did issue 2 walks in last night's game as well.
The 1-1 pitch from Perdomo looked like it was in for a strike. But again, home plate umpire Gabe Morales says, nope, it was high. Certainly looked to us like it caught the zone. And now Perdomo had 2-1. Runners at second and third for the Diamondbacks. That pitch outside from Kikuchi, missing on the fastball. It's now 3-1. And I think we already did it this inning, but I'm going to do it again because I just saw something pop up on our screens. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Blake Snell with a perfect game through 6 innings against the Twins. So keep an eye on that one with the Giants and Twins. Kikuchi down Main Street to Perdomo, who was trying to walk to first, but that one was easily a strike. I don't know what he was looking at.
There was no way that pitch was going to be called for a ball, clearly within the strike zone. I think that tells you that he's trying to find a way to get on base. So if you're Kikuchi, you've got to attack the strike zone here.
Here's the 3-2 pitch from Kikuchi. Missing way high. He lost him, and now the bases are loaded as we go to the top of the order.
You can just feel this inning, too. That one mistake over at first base, allowing McCarthy to get to second. Things just are continuing to snowball here. Similar feeling what we had in last night's ball game, too.
Ketel Marte comes up. The All-Star is 2 for 2. He is the DH today for the Diamondbacks. He takes a deep breath before stepping into the box to face Kikuchi with the bases loaded. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. The first pitch from Kikuchi, and Marte sends it on a ride to center field, and it's gone. Grand slam, the second of the game. The first for the Diamondbacks, and they chop the Blue Jay lead to 7-4 on one swing of the bat from the All-Star Marte.
And this swing here, Marte going after the first pitch curveball that he gets in this at-bat. He had seen nothing but fastballs when he put both of the balls into play, both base hits in the first and the third inning. And he comes up here kind of anticipating that Kikuchi's going to try to throw something off speed, a breaking ball ahead early in the count, knowing that he's been all over the fastball in today's ball game. And that one he just crushes out to center field. So a grand slam now on both sides of the field today.
411 feet, the official word. I thought it might have gone a little further than that, considering how high up that wall it got, but whatever.
And that center field wall's at 407, isn't it?
Yep.
It's a pretty good distance out there.
And Kikuchi now falling behind Gabriel Moreno on a 2-0 count.
And you could just feel it slipping away in this inning, too. It's amazing how one play and just one little mistake can change drastically the course of one half inning, and that's what's happened here in the bottom of the 5th.
The 2-0 pitch to Moreno inside. Kikuchi missing badly. And now down in the count 3-0. Going to have to battle back against Moreno. And the pitch from Kikuchi catches the outside edge on a fastball, the 4-seamer. He gets one back at least. It's 3-1. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth. Here in the bottom of the 5th, Blue Jays still leading 7-4. Moreno just fouled off the 3-1. It's now 3-2. It was 7-0 until moments ago when Marte hit the grand slam. We've seen 2 in this game, one from Kevin Kiermaier and now one from Ketel Marte. Kikuchi takes a deep breath. Here's the pitch. Inside. He lost Moreno, who gets the free pass. And it brings up Lourdes Gurriel Jr. with a man on and still just 1 out.
And that's the 3rd walk of this inning for Kikuchi. We talked about how great his last start was. He did not issue a single walk in his entire start in that ball game, and now he's got 3 here in the bottom of the 5th inning alone.
And he hadn't had any until this 3rd inning. So that streak of no walks was looking good until this inning. Gurriel Jr. 0 for 2 in the ball game, and again Kikuchi misses on the first pitch. Well low. That changeup no good. Gurriel 0 for 2 in the ball game, a strikeout and a flyout. would love to get his first hit of the ball game right here. Kikuchi with the look over to first. The pitch to Gurriel, and he slaps it into right field. Another base hit. It's picked up by Baroa. He comes up throwing as Moreno turns the corner and gets to third. And the inning continues for the Diamondbacks. First and third with still only one out.
When you see this many walks, especially all of them bunching up into one inning, what it does as an opposing offense, too, is you can, one, be more selective as far as what you go after, but also when your teammate is the batter that just walked ahead of you, you can almost be a bit more aggressive early in the count, knowing that Kikuchi's not wanting to fall behind again to issue another walk. And that's what we're seeing, them go back and forth between being selective one at-bat and then being aggressive early in the next at-bat.
And movement, no doubt, in the Blue Jay bullpen right now. Kikuchi with the pitch to Walker. Huge cut on the first pitch from Christian Walker. And Kikuchi had 0-1. He struck out Walker on 3 pitches in his last at-bat. Walker grounded out to Kikuchi in the first inning, and again, as I just mentioned, struck out in the fourth. But looking to do some damage right here. Swings at the next pitch, another changeup fouled off, and he's down 0-2. Randall Grichuk on deck. Arizona with 4 runs in this inning, and 2 on right now at first and third with just 1 down. Kikuchi now at 78 pitches thrown. This the 79th right here. The 0-2 down in the dirt. Nice block by Jansen. And that will hold Gurriel at first. Again with Moreno at third.
Going back to his last at bat now, that's 4 consecutive changeups that Christian Walker has seen now. He's swung at 1 and missed to strike out back in the 4th, and now 3 changeups in a row here to start off this at bat in the bottom of the 5th.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. They tried to go high. It went way high. Danny Jansen had to stand up to grab that one. Missing on the fastball, and now a 2-2 count. Kikuchi with the delivery. Went high again on the changeup. Walker held off, and he's fought back to pull this count to full at 3-2.
Those last 3 pitches just gifts back to Christian Walker after he fell behind early 0-2. None of the last 3 pitches have been even remotely close to that strike zone.
Kikuchi stepping off the rubber for a moment. He has thrown 27 pitches this inning. He threw only 25 in the 3rd and 4th innings combined. He's now thrown 81. This will be 82 right here to Walker. The 3-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. And Kikuchi sits down Walker for the 2nd straight at-bat.
It's a big strikeout there after falling to a full count after getting ahead 0-2. He just pumps in this fastball, 97 miles per hour. That's a direct challenge to Christian Walker to try to do something on that pitch. And Walker clearly anticipating that he was going to see possibly another changeup, even that slider. And so he was well behind on that swing.
So still runners on the corners for the Diamondbacks as Randall Grichuk comes up. He's 0 for 2 in the ballgame, a flyout and a ground out. 1st and 3rd for the Diamondbacks. Grichuk swinging and missing at the first pitch, clocked at 95, and Kikuchi ahead 0-1. And Grichuk just slapped one into right field. The base hit for Grichuk will score 1 as Moreno is in. Advancing to third is Gurriel, and Grichuk with an RBI single. The inning continues for the Diamondbacks. They have scored 5, and the Blue Jay lead is now cut to 7-5.
Back-to-back fastballs there, and then those middle innings, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th innings from Kikuchi, when he was extremely efficient, he was able to locate those fastballs on the edges of the strike zone, and both of the fastballs he threw in Grichuk to this at-bat were hanging right over the middle of the plate. And Grichuk, even though he was a bit behind on that swing, it was still center cut enough for him to drive it out to right field for a base hit.
Kikuchi staying in the ball game right now as he faces McCarthy for the second time in this inning. Jake McCarthy, the left-handed hitting center fielder, struck out in his first at bat, reached on the error in this inning, and ultimately scored on the grand slam from Marte. 2 out, 2 on, 2-run lead for the Blue Jays. 7-5, they're on top. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it hit McCarthy. The bases are loaded.
Kikuchi just looking like a completely different pitcher in this inning than what we've seen really throughout the rest of this ball game. Maybe the first inning he was fighting it a bit, but just found his command second, third, and fourth innings, and now not anywhere close to the zone here.
So out comes John Schneider. We're going to have a pitching change as we send it back to baseball control and Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. I will stick around with Jesse Rubinoff to take your calls and your texts. We'll throw out the number for you to call after the final out. You can text us as well anytime at 590-590. Name and location. The People's Text line is always open. Standard message and data rates may apply. We'll do second half bold predictions for what you think will happen, if you want to say before the trade deadline at the end of the month, but for the rest of the season, you can certainly call and again text at 590-590. Let's check some out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Lots of finals. The Orioles with a wild walk-off 2-run double from Cedric Mullins over the head of Alex Verdugo in left field. The Orioles avoid the sweep. They win 6-5 in walk-off fashion. The Red Sox beat the Royals 5-4. The Rays blank the Guardians 2-0. Other scores from elsewhere around Major League Baseball. The Rangers beat the Astros 4-2. The Cubs beat the Cardinals 8-3. And the Athletics, as Eric and Madison spoke about earlier, absolutely annihilating the Phillies 18-3. Lawrence Butler with a hat trick, 3 home runs for him. Elsewhere, we have Wimbledon champions as well. Last night in the women's final, Barbara Krejcikova beating Jasmine Paolini 6-2, 6-6, 6-4 for her second Grand Slam title, her first at the All-England Club. Earlier this morning, 21-year-old Carlos Alcaraz handily defeating Novak Djokovic 6-2, 6-2, 7-6 to defend his title. Alcaraz becomes just the 6th male player to win the French Open and the Wimbledon's men's single trophy in the same year since 1968. Pretty good day to be a Spaniard between Alcaraz and the Euros. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rest Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Eric Smith and Madison Shipman.
All right, thanks very much, Show. This could turn out to be a disastrous inning for the Blue Jays after having a 7-0 lead. They've given up 5 runs. Arizona has cut it to 7-5. Bases are loaded with 2 out as Cabrera comes into the ballgame for Toronto, and the lefty misses on the first pitch. Way inside, down low to Suarez. And this thing has certainly turned, Madison.
Very quickly, too. Things started to look up for the Blue Jays. Finally got that offense going. That Kevin Kiermaier grand slam was huge. And then, in the blink of an eye, it seems, all of a sudden things are snowballing out of control in the bottom of the 5th.
And now Cabrera just missed on the changeup. It looked like it might have caught the bottom part of the zone. Jansen held it there for a second, tried to frame it, but Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire, said no. It's a 2-0 count. Cabrera to Suarez, and he rips one up the middle. Base hit into left center, is going to score 2. The game is tied, and running on his horse to get to third is McCarthy, so it will be first and third as Arizona has scored 7 to even up this game.
Whether it's the free passes or just simply falling behind in the count, that is what has gotten the Blue Jays into trouble in this inning. And Cabrera found himself in a 2-0 hole, so he throws a sinker that's up and away. But the way that Suarez has been swinging the bat, that thing probably looks like a beach ball coming into him right now. And so he goes after that pitch and drives it back up the middle for an additional 2 runs to come across for the Diamondbacks. And we just got to look at their dugout from our TV feed, and they are fired up in that dugout knowing just how big this rally is here in the 5th. Kevin
Newman now comes up. with runners on the corners and 2 out. The first pitch, a changeup, no good from Cabrera. The count stands at 1-0. Now 2-0 as Cabrera misses high on the sinker. Newman today 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts, but he would love to get in on the good times right now. It's his second at bat of this inning. The 2-0 pitch, and he got underneath it, sand it to left field. It's heading toward the line, but on his horse to make the grab, sliding on both knees, is Dalton Varsho to finally end the inning. But the Diamondbacks score 7. Maybe I should call them the Cardinals, the touchdown. It's the Argonauts and the Cardinals tied at 7. We head to the 6th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Carnival is at the core of Toronto culture. Stand out in the crowd with your Blue Jays neon hat giveaway. The colors, the music, the heat, the vibes.
I don't know who's having more fun, the players or the fans.
Be at Rogers Center as the Blue Jays celebrate Caribbean Carnival and create core memories of summer in the city.
Everybody's feeling good right now.
Arrive early on Friday, July 26th and claim your Blue Jays neon hat. Blue Jays Caribbean Carnival. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He's at the track, at the wall. He leads, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year at goodsparkgrants.ca. 7 runs in the 5th inning for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and they have tied this game 7-7.
The only way to look at this right now is, if you're the Blue Jays, is it's a brand new game. It's a 0-0 ball game. You got to try to do what you can against another pitcher on the mound for the Diamondbacks, Joe Mantiply, coming into the ball game.
And the first pitch from Mantiply, the sinker, good for a strike against Kevin Kiermaier. Kiermaier's grand slam helped Toronto to a 7-0 lead. But again, they just gave it all back moments ago in the bottom of the 5th. Kiermaier now down 0-2 to Mantiply. Here's the pitch from the lefty, and he gets Kiermaier to swing and whiff at a curveball and a strikeout to start this 6th inning.
A lot of slow and low pitches, low and away to the lefty Kiermaier, and he's pulling out on that front shoulder, not even close to making contact on this pitch. And it's unfortunate, too, when you look at really what's happened in the past couple of games, where there's some good moments for the Blue Jays that are just spoiled by another facet of the ballgame. And you take Kevin Kiermaier's grand slam in this ballgame, such a highlight in the beginning part of the game, and then all of a sudden the 5th inning just completely turns things around. Or even going back to Yusei Kikuchi's last start, those 13 strikeouts and that great start that he had, and all of a sudden things just imploded at the end of the ballgame. Seems to be a common theme, not moving in the right direction for the Jays.
Stuart Baroa slaps at the 1-0 pitch, sends it out to center field. Camping underneath it to make the grab is Jake McCarthy, and there's 2 down. Back to the top of the order we go now with George Springer, a 1-for-3 day thus far for Springer. As we look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. The perfect game has been broken up for Blake Snell, but the Giants still lead the Twins 2-0 in the 8th inning. In the 7th inning, Seattle on top of the Angels 2-0.
Blake Snell ended up going 7 innings, just gave up the 1 hit with 8 strikeouts today.
And Springer, a seeing eye single, base hit up the middle as it gets by Perdomo at short. And the Jays will try to get a rally going here with 2 out in the 6th.
Springer continues to swing the bat well. He gets on top of this pitch. Looked like it was going to be outside, but he goes after it anyway. A couple of hops, makes its way past Perdomo at shortstop, and another hit for Springer in this ball game.
So it brings up Spencer Horwitz. A 1-for-3 afternoon for Spencer as well. He singled in the 4th inning. The average sits at .330. First pitch from Mantiply outside. The lefty on lefty battle right here. 7-7 Jays and Diamondbacks in the top of the 6th inning. The pitch looked like it was going to be inside, but it curved right over the plate. Nasty looking curveball there from Mantiply.
You can even tell by the body posture of Spencer Horwitz that he gave up on that pitch. It looked like it almost was going to come in to hit him in that left-handed batter's box and curved into the strike zone.
And the 1-1 looked like it might have caught the outside edge, but not according to home plate umpire Gabe Morales. So it's a ball to Horwitz. He's ahead in the count 2-1. George Springer out at first. Mantiply, the lefty, staring right at Springer as he delivers the pitch to Horwitz. Sends it out to second base. It's bobbled at second for a moment by Newman, but he recovers, and while lying almost on his side, he throws it to second to Perdomo, and they indeed get Springer just before George slid into the bag. What a play. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Blue Jays and Diamondbacks tied 7-7. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, I'm Kenny Chesney, spreading the word that my SiriusXM channel, No Shoes Radio, is free to listen in cars now through July 31st. You'll hear my music and some of my personal favorites, plus guest DJs, live songs, and backstage jams on tour.
Oh, hello, how are you tonight?
Hanging in the tailgates with No Shoes Nation and a lot more. Now through July 31st. Go to SiriusXM.com/No Shoes Radio. Listen free to learn more.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's -125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
With U.S. soccer at a crossroads.
Greg Berhalter has been fired as head coach.
U.S. men's national team legends discuss the road ahead on Sirius XM FC 157. Former national team forward Eric Winolda.
This really could be a turning point.
Former captain Tony Miola.
They need somebody that's going to now take control.
Hear the reaction from across the game.
Joined on the telephone by Taylor Twellman.
Alexi Lalas joins us.
The Sirius XM FC Stars and Stripes Special Report is available now on the Sirius XM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Madison Shipman and Eric Smith with you, tied 7-7, the Jays and the Diamondbacks, as we get set to start this bottom half of the frame. Geraldo Perdomo will lead things off, the #9 hitter, the switch hitter. Batting on the left side now against righty Trevor Richards into the game for the Jays. And the first pitch catches the inside edge high in the zone. But the sinker at 88 is good for a strike. Richards in 41 games, the 3.70 ERA. But he has struggled in his last couple of outings.
And it's really been the walks that have gotten to him, too. That walk in that Giants game, the walk-off wild pitch that ultimately ended up beating the Jays, and then the 2 walks last night against the Diamondbacks.
Richards came back with the 1-1 with a nasty changeup, good for a strike, and now ahead in the count 1-2 against Perdomo. In his last 7 games, Richards has given up 8 earned runs over 7 2/3 innings. And the 1-2 pitch is popped up into shallow left field. Clement is back for it. Varsho coming in, calls him off, and makes the grab.
It's a good start there for Trevor Richards coming into the game, given the struggles that he's had in his recent outings. Do what you can to get ahead in the count, utilize both that fastball and that changeup. But in order to get swings and misses on that changeup outside of the zone, he's going to have to continue to get ahead here. And now he's got to deal with Ketel Marte, who's been swinging an extremely hot bat in today's ball game.
Marte 3 for 3, highlighted by a grand slam in his last at-bat. That was part of a 7-run inning for the Diamondbacks as they tied the game at 7 against the Jays. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. The 1-0 pitch in for a strike from Richards. The changeup was good. It's now 1-1. Marte and Guerrero won't be heading away on any vacation. They'll be heading to the All-Star break. The All-Star game, excuse me. And the 1-1 pitch just a little bit outside. It's now 2-1. Marte goes opposite field as he takes this one deep, but on the track making the grab is Dalton Varsho. The crowd was buzzing, but he missed it by about 8-10 feet. There's 2 away.
Left that 4-seam fastball right over the middle of the plate to Marte. Not the location that you want to throw to anybody, but especially Marte, but Richards kind of got away with that pitch there.
And it brings up Gabriel Moreno, the Arizona catcher, with an 0 for 2 game. He walked in his last at-bat. The pitch from Richards missing on the changeup. Moreno up 1-0 in the count. We're in the bottom of the 6th with the score tied at 7. The 1-0 catches the outside edge on a fastball. It's 1-1.
Much better location on that fastball to Moreno, locating it low and away rather than middle like the one he threw to Marte.
And a second straight strike on the fastball, low in the zone, but caught the bottom part of the zone. And it's now 1-2. We're in the Timber Mart broadcast booth on a Sunday afternoon, and well, now Sunday evening, at least in the Eastern time zone. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High, way high, missing on that changeup. It got away from Richards. It's now 2-2.
Looked like maybe he was trying to aim to throw that one in the zone for a strike. We know at times he'll try to locate that changeup out of the hand at the bottom part of the zone so that it drops and hits the dirt for those swings and misses. But it looks like he was trying to throw that one in the zone and just let go of it too soon.
And now Moreno fouls one off down the third base side. The count stays at 2-2. The Caribbean Carnival returns to Rogers Center for the 3rd time on Friday, July 26th. The night filled with Caribbean music, dancing, activities, and more. And the first 15,000 fans get one of 4 Blue Jays neon hat giveaways. Head to bluejays.com/carnival to purchase your tickets. The 2-2 pitch from Richards. Outside, low, and it's now 3-2. Here's the 3-2. Came back with the fastball, fouled off down the first base side by Moreno. We'll do it again with the count full. 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th.
It could be because the Diamondbacks are putting the ball in play a little bit more than we saw, at least at the beginning part of the ball game yesterday, but we haven't seen them get behind in the count and foul off the amount of pitches that they were doing yesterday.
And this time, the changeup, and Moreno got on it again and fouled it off.
And of course, as I say that, Moreno's going to sit here and foul off a bunch of pitches, but it seemed to be a common theme against Barrios yesterday. They were okay falling behind in the count, and they were just going to continue to foul off a bunch of pitches until they could get something that they could handle. Now, they've been a little bit more aggressive early in the count, hitting the ball hard, too.
Moreno just sent one out to short. Hit it hard, but picked up by Jimenez over to first to record the out, and that will sit down the Diamondbacks, so they fail to get on the board. We head to the 7th inning. 7-7 is the score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He delivers a 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
7th inning. Blue Jays and Diamondbacks tied at 7. As Kevin Ginkel comes into the ballgame now for the Diamondbacks. Wears that black and blue 37 on the red jersey. A 2.48 ERA in 40 games this season. As Ginkel comes in with the game again tied at 7s. And he will face Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to start off this 7th inning.
Ginkel's going to have that 3-pitch mix. He likes to throw that 4-seam fastball right around 96 miles per hour, along with the sinker and the slider.
First pitch to Vladdy outside, missing on the fastball. Clocked at 97. The count stands at 1-0.
He's been pretty solid for the Diamondbacks recently, too. Hasn't given up an earned run since June 21st against the Phillies.
Vladdy working on a 2-for-3 day. Now ahead in the count 2-0. Ryan Burr warming up in the Blue Jay bullpen. We'll see if he comes in the bottom half of the inning. But before we get to that, the Jays would love to put at least 1 or 2 on the board. And Vladdy just gave one a ride out to the deepest part of the park and gone. A monster shot from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. as the Blue Jays have taken an 8-7 lead.
The huge swing by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. flipping the script on what seems to be the game plan for the Diamondbacks, getting ahead in the count, hitter leverage counts, 2-0 counts, and then being aggressive. That's exactly what Vladdy does in this at-bat. He watches the first 2 pitches go by, both for balls, and then gets a slider breaking low and away, and such great extension that he's able to get on that swing. He keeps his hands inside of that baseball and drives it out to deep center field. He was all over that pitch and gives the Blue Jays the lead.
438 feet. The monster shot from Vladdy as he gets all the high fives and accolades in the dugout with, of course, the home run jacket on, and the Blue Jays now leading 8-7. Danny Jansen facing an 0-1 pitch, another fastball for a strike, and now down 0-2.
The power that he's able to generate, too. That ball was 110 miles per hour off of his bat, and that was a breaking ball, an 87 mile per hour slider low and away.
Jansen slaps at the 0-2, fouls it off, stays alive.
I always feel that Vladdy's at his best when he's able to drive the ball with power the opposite direction, and that's exactly what he did on that swing.
And now Jansen gets under one. Sends it out to left field. It's hooking, though. And foul. Just that close to going back-to-back, as Jansen will have to dig in again, down 0-2 in the count.
Something about those sliders out of the hand of Ginkel. They're seeing them extremely well, because that was another slider that Jansen just hit barely foul down the left field line.
Another fastball from Ginkel. That one high in the zone outside. Jansen held off. It's 1-2. Now Jansen fouls off another one straight back up and over the net. We'll do it again at 1-2. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. The Tigers beat the Dodgers again, winning 4-3 in Detroit. Mets lose to Colorado at home in New York. The Rockies win 8-5. Jansen just held off on a nasty-looking slider right there to pull even in the count at 2-2. The pitch. Jansen popped it up again, but it's going to make its way back into the stands, up and over the backstop. He continues to battle here against Ginkel.
It's a good fight that you're seeing from Danny Jansen, fouling off a variety of different pitches. The one pitch that we have yet to see from Ginkel in this at-bat is that sinker. He's thrown a couple of sliders, majority four-seam fastballs, and Jansen continuing to battle up at the plate.
The 2-2 pitch. And he skied one again into the stands down the third base side, about 15 rows deep, just past the dugout. Jansen ready to go. Ginkel comes set. The 2-2 pitch. Guess what? Fouled off again by Danny Jansen.
Just waiting to see if he can get something that he can square up. That one looked like a pretty good pitch. That 96-mile-per-hour fastball right down the middle, right in his wheelhouse, too. That's exactly where he wants to drive the ball.
The 11th pitch of the at-bat coming right here. The 2-2. Fouled off again, ripping one down the first base side toward the crowd.
I'm sure pitchers everywhere might disagree with me, but as a hitter, I always felt that the more balls I was able to foul off within the at-bat, the more I felt in control of the at-bat. The more you're making them work, the more pitches you're seeing. It feels like you're constantly putting pressure on the pitcher rather than the other way around. Now, I might think that because I never pitched.
And the 2-2. Looked like the floor fell out of that slider, and Jansen was able to hold off and force the count to 3-2. Top of the 7th, Blue Jays leading 8-7. And Jansen held off again. It looked like that pitch might have been a little bit outside, but close enough for Gabe Morales to ring him up and give the strikeout to Ginkel.
Definitely feel like that pitch could have gone either way. Some good late break on that slider, too. It maybe just clipped the outside part of the zone. Danny Jansen didn't think it was a strike. Pretty good battle, but ultimately it's Ginkel that comes out on top.
Second strikeout of the ball game for Danny Jansen. And now the first pitch coming into Dalton Varsho. And Gabe Morales, I believe, signaled that that was a strike, that it hit Varsho's bat, and Varsho saying, no, that hit the dirt, that didn't hit my bat. And now John Schneider out of the dugout to argue this one with Morales, and he just got tossed. I can't read lips that well, but John Schneider came out calmly,
very calmly,
saying a few words, didn't look overly animated, and in spite of that was tossed. Now he's getting animated.
Yeah, I was going to say, now that he's been tossed, he's going to let him have it. He's going to give him an earful here. But I thought it was a clear ball as well. Now, that's happened a couple of times in this ball game where we think we see one thing and it's called something different on the field. But I thought when that pitch bounced, it hit the dirt, and I thought it was going to be a ball all the way. But it looks like they called that on the swing.
Schneider is still arguing with Morales.
That's a reminder, too, that Morales tossed Chris Bassett in the ball game yesterday. If because Chris Bassett was not happy with some of the check swing calls that he was making down the first baseline.
And it was a quick trigger with Bassett, too. Again, we don't know what magic words might have been uttered. We're getting a look at the replay, and it was a horrible call.
A terrible call. That ball bounced on the dirt before it even reached home plate. It bounced so poorly that it actually ended up hitting Gabriel Moreno in the helmet because he couldn't get a read on it either, and somehow that was called a swinging strike on Dalton Varsho.
And now Varsho down 0-2 with a fastball inside, but inside the zone still. And now Varsho down 0-2.
Even from the side view, too, nowhere near a swing on that.
Varsho just slapped at the 0-2, fouled it off. We'll do it again. I'll tell you this, Madison, in my other world, in my primary world in the NBA, I say all the time with the replay, if the technology exists to get it right, then get it right. But when leagues, whether it be the NBA or Major League Baseball, whatever, pick and choose what you can and can't challenge and go after, that's when I start to have a problem.
Well, especially, I'm just surprised that he called that from being behind the plate, too.
And Varsho just struck out. He got a piece of it, but it was squeezed by Moreno on the 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and there's 2 down.
Like we saw several times in yesterday's ballgame, if there's any question on whether or not the batter took a swing at a pitch, you go ahead and let the corner umpires have the call because they have a better view of it. But because he called that from behind home plate, that's where I'm really surprised that he decided to call it a swinging strike when it was nowhere near a swinging strike.
And Ernie Clement steps up, swings at the first pitch, and sends a base hit into left field. Clement with a 3-for-4 afternoon.
And he continues to be aggressive early in the count, and that's what you've come to expect from Ernie Clement, but it seems controlled aggressiveness. At times, yes, he's going to swing at pitches that are outside of the strike zone, but he has enough confidence in his barrel control to get to a variety of different pitches. But at the same time, if these pitchers are going to continue to throw him pitches within the strike zone early in the count, why not continue to swing at him?
It brings up Leo Jimenez. 0-for-2, but he just slapped a base hit, and it got inside that right field line. It's good and clean. Clement coming around from first to third, and he's held up at third as Jimenez gets to second with a stand-up double, his second of the season.
It's not the most solid hit off of the bat of Jimenez, but Jimenez can just put on an absolute clinic on how to keep your hands inside of an inside pitch. This is a 97-mile-per-hour four-seam fastball, a little bit of arm side run to that pitch as well, and he's able to somehow manage get his hands inside of the ball enough to drive it down that right field line for a stand-up double and to extend this inning.
So it brings up Kevin Kiermaier, 1-for-3 on the afternoon with a grand slam. I want to go back to John Schneider in a second as well. You've been there. I haven't. But when a manager comes out, and again, came out calmly. Did he drop some colorful words? I don't know, but he came out calmly, didn't come out in a confrontational way. For there to not at least be a warning from Morales to say, like, hey, John, I don't want to hear it, or John, you better step back, or allow him to come out, have a word, and then say, I've had enough. It was almost instantaneous. As soon as Schneider was out walking towards Morales, boom, gone.
I completely agree with you. I definitely think that there should be some room for some conversation within reason, especially when a call is made like that, and to us looks like the completely incorrect call. I still think that there should be room to have the conversation. Like you said, we don't know what was said, what John Schneider was saying as he was walking towards home plate, but I still feel like you should give the opportunity to have a few words and give an explanation as to why the call was made and what the call was exactly.
First pitch to Kiermaier, no good. The fastball. So Kiermaier had 1-0. 2 on, 2 out. Here in the top of the 7th, Kiermaier just fouled off a fastball. It's now 1-1. Runners at second and third. Blue Jays have already gone ahead in this inning with a solo shot from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. that started this inning. Kiermaier would love to cash in at least one more. He dribbles one out to short, though. It's picked up by Perdomo over to first, and they get Kiermaier by a step, so that will do it. The Jays do get that one run, though. They lead 8-7 heading to the bottom of the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
So, you want to be a loony dogger, eh? Are you the relish ringleader, 7th inning snacker, TikTok topper, or ketchup king? Every Tuesday, Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Then show the world your Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the home run hound or value virtuoso, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
This is the beginning of a new era.
City TV has the smoldering new season of The Bachelorette.
This is the moment.
Jen Tran is ready for love. And this time, the power is in her hands.
I feel more confident than ever.
Watch the roses fly and the petals fall.
I feel like the main character in my own love story. I've got the power.
The Bachelorette, all new Mondays 8, 7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He dives, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Getting set to start the bottom of the 7th inning. The Blue Jays have gone back ahead 8-7. They were up 7-0. They gave up 7 runs as Arizona pulled even. But to their credit, the Blue Jays have bounced back to regain the lead. And now Ryan Burr will be handed the ball. Burr, a 2.70 ERA in 5 games. Limited action, but he has pitched fairly well for the Blue Jays, so hopefully he can keep it going here. Spotted a 1-run lead in the bottom of the 7th. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. will start things off for the Diamondbacks. He's 1 for 3 this afternoon. He singled back in the 5th inning. And the first pitch from Burr catches the bottom part of the zone on the slider. The count stands at 0-1. And the next pitch comes in, a fastball, fouled off down the right field side. Gurriel down in the count now, 0-2.
Ryan Burr came in game 1 of this series against the Diamondbacks through just 1 inning, but had 2 strikeouts. He struck out Suarez and Thomas.
And Gurriel sends one to third. Nice snag there by Clement. Whips it to first. Stretching and making the grab is Guerrero. And there's 1 down.
Some nice defense by Ernie after we saw him have that nice hit back in the top of the 7th inning. Ranging to his left, making a solid throw over across the diamond for out number 1.
That brings up Christian Walker, and it's been a rough day for Walker. Hopefully I don't throw the reverse jinx on by saying that, but he's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, and he grounded out to the pitcher in his first at-bat. His last 2, again, those strikeouts I just mentioned, fouls off the first pitch from Burr. 4-seam fastball clocked at 95, sent up and over the backstop, 0-1. Burr to Walker outside with the slider. It's now 1-1. Save on Blue Jay tickets your way with 3-game bundles like the Looney Dog bundle, Night Mode bundle, and more. Or you can build your own 3-game bundle. Save up to 20% on tickets on amazing games. Visit BlueJays.com/bundles for more information. A big whiff on the slider from Burr has Walker now down in the count, 1-2.
A really uncomfortable looking swing from Walker. Clearly did not recognize that slider out of the hand, and he calls time to take an extra second to regroup before stepping back into that batter's box.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it looked like Walker chased that one again. Yes, indeed. They go down to first base, and Charlie Ramos, the first base umpire, says, yes, indeed, he went. It's a strikeout for Burr. There's 2 down.
I'm going to say it. He clearly went more on that swing than Dalton Varsho even attempted to go in his at-bat. Put the call in the first base umpire's hands, and clearly he went on that slider. Another good-looking pitch out of the hand of Ryan Burr.
Corbin Carroll now comes into the ballgame, pinch hitting for Randall Grichuk. Carroll had 6 RBIs last night. Excuse me. As he turned in a huge performance with 2 home runs, a 3-run shot and a 2-run shot, part of the 12-1 victory for the Diamondbacks. They've scored 19 runs in 2 games, but they trailed this one 8-7 against the Jays here in the bottom of the 7th.
And the way he took that first pitch slider down in the dirt, I'd imagine he's probably looking for a fastball. We talked about it yesterday. His strength last year, his rookie season, was being able to hit those fastballs for power up in the zone, and he got a hold of one last night.
The 1-0 pitch, no good. A fastball missing. Now 2-0 to Corbin Carroll with 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. And a nice pitch there, coming back with the slider. Burr gets one in there. It's 2-1.
I almost feel like Ryan Burr can manipulate that slider to move in a couple of different directions. The traditional direction down and into a lefty, but that one had a bit of arm side run to it going away from Carroll.
The 2-1 pitch, that one too low on the slider. Down in the dirt, and now 3-1. Jake McCarthy on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Down Main Street, it's 3-2. Fastball clocked at 95.
Got him caught in between speeds there. He was definitely expecting another slider. Pumped in that fastball for strike 2.
The 3-2 pitch. And Carroll slaps it down into foul territory along the first base side. It banks off the wall, picked up by one of the ball people down there. We'll do it again at 3-2. .6:30 Eastern time in the bottom of the 7th inning with the Blue Jays leading 8-7. And another one fouled off in a similar spot. We'll do it again at 3-2. By the way, we're about 30 minutes away from the Major League Baseball draft beginning. Blue Jays selecting 20th. Burr steps onto the rubber, takes a deep breath. The 3-2 pitch to Carroll inside, and he issues the free pass, and the speedster is now on first with Jake McCarthy coming up.
It's a tough one to let get away from you, especially with 2 away, but because it's Corbin Carroll and because of the speed threat that he poses when he reaches the base, and we've seen him wreak havoc on the base paths so far in this series, and you'd imagine he's going to be looking to go early in the count here.
And the Blue Jays are going to make a change. They're calling for the bullpen. And with that, we will send it back to baseball control and Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, another reminder that we do have J-Stock once this game is in the books. Jesse Rubinoff is here with me at Baseball Control. He and I will take your calls and texts. I'll throw out the number for you to call after the final out. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. Standard message and data rates may apply. We'll do the second half bold predictions. See a couple here on the text line already, so you want to keep those coming. We'll get to those on J-Stock. All right, let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. The Copa America final, don't forget, goes in about, 90 minutes? That's Argentina versus Colombia, the All-South America final, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. We have Wimbledon champions as well. Barbara Krejcikova beating Jasmine Paolini for her second Grand Slam title, her first at Wimbledon. And earlier today, 21-year-old Carlos Alcaraz handily defeating Novak Djokovic 6-2, 6-2, 7-6. It's actually the second year in a row Carlos Alcaraz has beaten Novak Djokovic in the Wimbledon final. So Alcaraz defends his title, becomes just the 6th male player to win the French Open and the Wimbledon's men's singles trophy in the same year since 1968. NBA Summer League action out in Vegas. Last night, the Raptors playing their first Summer League game of the offseason against the Thunder. They blow away OKC 94-69. Grady Dick led the way with 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. 4 other Raptors with double-digit points, including Javon Freeman Liberty with 12 points as well. Later tonight, the Raptors back in action. They'll take on the Denver Nuggets in more Summer League play. That goes at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 Pacific on Sportsnet 360. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Brendan Little now on the mound in relief. Back to the action we go. Here's Eric Smith and Madison Shipman.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Little with a 4.74 ERA on the season. And he'll try and get the Blue Jays out of this 7th inning. The first pitch to Jake McCarthy is in for a strike on the sinker, clocked at 96, ahead in the count 0-1. Corbin Carroll at first. He just walked moments ago. And now the 0-1 pitch to McCarthy catches that bottom part of the zone, and he's quickly behind 0-2. And a swing and a miss. Little comes in, throws 3 pitches, and sits down McCarthy. He gets the strikeout and gets the Blue Jays out of the inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With U.S. soccer at a crossroads.
Greg Berhalter has been fired as head coach.
U.S. men's national team legends discuss the road ahead on Sirius XM FC 157. Former national team forward Eric Winolda.
This really could be a turning point.
Former captain Tony Miola.
They need somebody that's going to now take control.
Hear the reaction from across the game.
Joined on the telephone by Taylor Twellman.
Alexi Lalas joins us.
The Sirius XM FC Stars and Stripes special report is available now on the Sirius XM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription? What? Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89. Or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting set to start this 8th inning, Justin Martinez now into the ballgame for the Diamondbacks, a 1.35 ERA in 31 games. And Madison, he can throw heat.
Yeah, you're going to see him bring it in there 100 miles per hour. We saw him in Game 1 against the Blue Jays. And now here trying to protect their 1-run lead. The Jays are going to see what they can do against that high-velocity pitch.
And the first man he sees is Stuart Baroa. Throws him a sinker that caught the inside part of the zone. Clocked at 97, that sinker. 0-1 to Baroa. 0 for 3 on the afternoon. Inside too far, down a little low as well on the next pitch. That sinker no good. It's now 1-1. Blue Jays leading 8-7 here in the top of the 8th. Back with another sinker. This one clocked at 99, and it caught the inside edge. It's now 1-2.
With every pitch, he's throwing just a little bit harder. He was averaging on that sinker 100.7 miles per hour the first time the Jays saw him, and you can see him kind of getting a little bit warmer as he gets out there. That velocity ticking up with every pitch.
Martinez shakes off the first sign from Moreno. He's happy with the second. Here's the pitch. And Baroa slaps at it, clocked at 100, the sinker. Baroa still alive. High and inside, missing with a fastball at 99. It's now 2-2.
It's a good take. Not an easy pitch to take, too, with that velocity, riding up and in on the hands. Didn't miss by much, but called a ball.
And the 2-2. Slapped, chopped to first. Picked up on a couple of bounces by Walker. He steps on the bag, and it's a 0-for-4 afternoon for Stuart Burrough.
Tough at bat, too, just having to deal with that drastic change in velocity. Corbin Carroll out in the outfield for the Diamondbacks as well. And as a batter, when you see somebody that's going to pump in there 99, 100 miles per hour, you almost have to, at times, shorten up your mechanics. You want to try to be as short to the baseball as possible to try to maximize that swing path direct to the baseball.
Back to the top of the order we go, and a huge cut from George Springer on the first pitch, clocked at 100 miles an hour on the sinker. 0-1 count. Springer 2-for-4 today, the average up to 225. And Springer came that close to getting another one, but the line drive, Kevin Newman snags it, takes it away from George Springer, and there's 2 down.
Springer showing a bit of frustration after that hard line drive, but he's had really consistent quality at bats, I would say, throughout this series. Even back in game 1, there were a couple of hard hit balls that happened to go right to defenders, like that line drive there, but he's been steadily increasing his batting average over the past several weeks. He's been much more consistent at hitting fastballs up at the plate as well. Just continues to be steady the past several weeks for the Blue Jays.
The lefty Spencer Horwitz comes up now, takes a strike on the first pitch, a slider that dropped down to 89 miles an hour. Horwitz a 1-for-4 afternoon. The average at 327 on the season. The 0-1 pitch from Martinez misses on that splitter. It's now even 1-1. Again, the Blue Jays leading 8-7 here in the top of the 8th. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Tampa beats Cleveland 2-0. So a big win for the Rays. Miami over Cincinnati 3-2. Swing and a miss for Horwitz. Texas beating Houston 4-2. Horwitz now down in the count, 1-2, with 2 down here in the 8th inning. Toronto leading by 1. And Horwitz just struck out. Big swing and a miss on the splitter, and that will do it for the Blue Jays. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Toronto up 8-7. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it...
Hey Insiders, thanks for joining us. Make sure you guys have hit that like button down below. Let's get some more Blue Jays fans here in the chat to cheer on our boys and get it done here in this series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Let's go Blue Jays, finish strong heading into the All-Star break, and let's make some noise and make a postseason run, shall we? Go Jays, go. We'll see you in the chat.
A strikeout, Jake McCarthy, so why not keep him in there as Eugenio Suarez steps in for the first at-bat of this bottom half of the 8th. First pitch from Little. It's a called strike on a knuckle curve, 0-1. And now Suarez leaning down to adjust his padding on his ankle that protects that shin, ankle, and foot on that left foot, that lead foot. Here's the 0-1 down in the dirt, blocked by Jansen. And they check down at first to see if Suarez offered at that, and Charlie Ramos says no.
Another nice block by Danny Jansen. I know there's nobody on, but it seems like Danny Jansen just never takes a pitch off, and he makes sure that his pitchers have the absolute trust in him back behind the plate that he's going to block up anything that they throw to him.
Suarez tried to turn on one, but rips it down the left field line in foul territory. And he's now down in the count, 1-2. Little with the pitch down low, missed with the knuckle curve again. It's now 2-2.
You see Little go back and forth between that cutter right around 93, 94 miles per hour, and then throw a lot of those knuckle curveballs in there to try to get some swings and misses.
The 2-2 pitch. And Suarez sends it to short. Diving for it was Jimenez, and it goes off his glove. He couldn't come up with it cleanly. And Suarez is now on first to start this 8th inning.
Comes in with a sinker right down the middle to Suarez, and he hits it hard off of his bat, 100 miles per hour coming off of his bat over to shortstop, and Jimenez dives to his right, takes about 2 steps, and then dives, and it ricochets off of his glove over to Ernie Clement. Neither one of them able to make a play on that one, and so the leadoff runner on board now for Arizona.
And that brings up Kevin Newman, the right-handed hitting second baseman. Against the lefty Little, Newman squared to show bunt for a moment, then pulled back. And the pitch went outside anyway on the sinker. It's a 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. Again, Newman showing bunt. This time didn't pull back, and the ball went right on by him. He missed on the bunt attempt. It's now 1-1.
It almost looked like a bit of a hesitant bunt attempt by him as well. Kevin Newman clearly just trying to get this bunt down in fair territory, but as that baseball was on its way to him, he almost dropped his bat below it.
Showing bunt again. Little comes in with the pitch. Clean on that one. Little grabs it, whips over to first. Nice snag by Horwitz. It looked like they might have had a play at second, but then they nearly botched it at first, as that was a rocket from Little that Horwitz had to be real careful with.
There's a big smile on Spencer Horwitz's face right now because he just saved Brendan Little from that throwing error. And I agree with you. I do think that there was time, but if there's any sort of hesitation, you go ahead and you get that sure out at first base, and that's what they do. And that throw pulled Spencer Horwitz over into foul territory down that first base line, but he still was able to secure that throw for out number 1.
So the switch hitter Perdomo now flips back again over to the right side of the plate, and he shows bunt. He lays down a nice one, picked up by Little, whips it to first to Vladdy. They get the out, but Suarez moves to third.
Looked like he was trying to take advantage of the fact that Brendan Little, obviously a lefty on the mound. I would imagine that he would have preferred to pull that bunt a little bit further down the third baseline to try to beat that one out. Another nice play by Little, charging that one off of the mound, and Suarez hesitated off of second base too, almost like he was caught by surprise running the bases, but he was still able to make it over to third base on that bunt.
It brings us to the top of the order now with Ketel Marte, and as a result, the Blue Jays are going to make another change. Back to the bullpen we go, which allows us to go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric and Madison. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, another reminder that we have Jays Talk tonight. Jesse Rubinoff and I will stick around, take your phone calls, take your texts. I'll throw out the numbers for you guys to call after the final out. You can text us right now, 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. It is always open. Standard message and data rates may apply. As I've said a couple times, we'll do some second half bold predictions in the second half of Jays Talk. So text us at 590-590, name and location. Some pretty bold ones on the text line already. So keep them coming. And like I said, you can phone in with your bold predictions as well. If you missed it from earlier, the Euros are officially in the books. Spain beating England 2-1. Spaniards getting the game winner in the 86th minute for their record 4th European Championship. They've now actually won 3 of the last 5 Euros dating back to 2008. Later on tonight, still some more footy to come your way. Copa America final features Argentina and Colombia. The All South America final will go at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific in Miami. And don't forget, at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, so in about 12 minutes, the MLB draft takes place. Coverage has already begun on MLB Network. Jays have the 20th overall pick, and the media is scheduled to hear from Shane Farrell, scouting director for the Jays, approximately 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. But we'll see how long the first round takes, since the Jays have a pick in the latter half. If we are still on Jays Talk postgame, we will get that availability to you as soon as we hear. Chad Green on the mound in relief to wrap up this ball game. More than a couple outs for Chad Green. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Eric Smith and Madison Shipman.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Chad Green with the 2.19 ERA in 25 games this season. And he's going to try and get the Blue Jays out of a little bit of trouble right here with a man on third, 2 down. And he's got to deal with the All-Star, Ketel Marte, who is 3 for 4 with 2 singles and a grand slam. Marte batting from the left side now. The switch hitter pops up the 0-1 into foul. Well, pops it foul, excuse me, up and over the backstop. It's now 0-2.
Marte not happy with the fact that he fouled that ball straight back, too, because he clearly wishes he could get that fastball back. Just got underneath it, and like you mentioned, swinging a very hot bat for the Diamondbacks right now.
And the 0-2 way high on the fastball, clocked at 96 from Green. It's now 1-2. They tried to go high. They did, and they got him. Fastball from Green, whips it by Marte for the strikeout, and that retires the side. On to the 9th we go. Blue Jays still leading 8-7. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, Kelly. I love your Kelly Clarkson Connection channel.
All right. Thank you so much for listening.
The mix is eclectic.
Love music, and I just want to celebrate all of it with you.
It's my favorite now.
Is it worth it? Let me work it.
It is perfect.
This is my heartbeat. The Kelly Clarkson Connection, y'all.
I freaking love your channel.
Oh my God.
Channel 12 and on the Sirius XM app.
Before the USA Basketball Men's Olympic team headed to Paris, the team's managing director, Grant Hill, sat down for an exclusive town hall interview on Sirius XM NBA Radio, hosted by Coach K.
Coach, you've assembled rosters. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. I left people off that I love, that I'm a big, I want to tune in and watch. That was hard.
Hear our town hall interview with Grant Hill, hosted by Coach K, whenever you want with the all-new Sirius XM app. Just search Team USA.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio, every night on Sirius XM Channel 89, and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the Sirius XM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you, getting set to start the 9th inning as Paul Sewald comes in now for the Diamondbacks, and he will face Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Righty on righty matchup right here with the Blue Jays leading 8-7. And the first pitch is good for a strike with that 4-seam fastball right on the outside edge.
Pretty tough week for Paul Sewald. Back the first week of July, he ended up blowing 3 saves in a row. 1 to the Dodgers, 1 to the Padres, and then 1 to the Braves.
And now he whips one inside, another 4-seamer. And Vladdy had to kind of lean back to get out of the way of that one. It's 1-1.
Thought it was interesting, too, hearing his comments after those 3 blown saves in a row, and he just described it as a bad week of work, and he asked everybody else if they've had a bad week of work at times, and I think we could all agree that we've all had a bad week of work.
Maybe a couple.
Just a few here and there.
Vladdy fouling off the next pitch. Another fastball clocked at 91, and he's now down on the count 1-2. In fact, when he fouled that one off, he sort of lost control of his bat. It went down and hit the legs right at the feet, the toes of home plate umpire Gabe Morales, and he sort of looked like, what are you doing? I'm sure the two of them were having a quick little laugh, if Gabe Morales laughs. That one fouled off by Vladdy.
We did think he was smiling, though, yesterday.
That
and then
is
very
true.
quickly we realized he had actually thrown out Chris Bassett.
The 1-2 pitch from Sewald. Inside, it's now 2-2.
Sewald's not going to blow you away with his velocity. That fastball coming in about 92 miles per hour, but with his arm angle that he throws it at and the late action that he's able to get on those four-seam fastballs, you can see why he's been successful throughout this season.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. And Vladdy fouled it off again, straight back. We'll do it again.
Pretty much identical pitches that he just saw back-to-back. Those four-seam fastballs with the arm side run, 92 miles per hour, up and in on Vladdy, trying to jam him up on those pitches.
And Guerrero reached down and sent one into center, but it's going to be plenty of room for McCarthy to make the grab. And there's one down here in the ninth.
He had seen 6 consecutive four-seam fastballs before Paul Sewald decided to show him that sweeper on the last pitch. Located well, low and outside, and Vladdy put a pretty good swing on it, but he wasn't able to get it square on the barrel. So it's a fly out to center field for out number 1.
Brings up Danny Jansen, 1 for 4 on the afternoon. Now evening, 6:54 Eastern time. Blue Jays leading 8-7, top 9. First pitch no good on a sweeper to Jansen. The count stands at 1-0. Now Jansen swings and fouls off the second pitch. It's 1-1. And kind of an excuse me swing by Jansen on the 1-1 pitch, and he bloops one out to first base. Easy grab for Walker. There's 2 away.
Just a split second too late when Danny Jansen realized that was a sweeper coming out of Sewald's hand. He tried to get the last minute bit of extension, to drop it out into right field, but hung onto the bat a bit too long, and an easy fly out to the right side.
Brings up Dalton Varsho, 2 for 4. A triple, a single, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. Great day for him. And trying to get something going here with 2 outs. Swing and a miss on the first pitch on a fastball at 92, 0-1.
I almost feel at times that fastball has the illusion of moving up in the zone with the way that he throws it from that sidearm angle and where that pitch ends up at the top part of that strike zone.
Trying to go up high again on Varsho. He holds off on that one. The count even now at 1-1.
Just with that different angle of the pitch coming in, you've got to change the way that you approach it with your barrel angle, almost telling yourself to get on top of that pitch with the way that it's coming in.
Looking to go high again, and Varsho fouls it off. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. 8-7 Jays lead. Top 9, 2 out, and the 1-2 pitch from Sewald to Varsho. Inside, it's 2-2. Sewald gets the sign. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Varsho sits down, and we will go to the bottom of the ninth with the Blue Jays leading the Diamondbacks 8-7. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Barrios retires 7 in a row
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Alley with you at Baseball Control. The Jays lead the Diamonds 8-7 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning at Chase Field. Quick check to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Don't forget, in mere minutes, in about 60 seconds, the MLB draft takes place. Coverage obviously has already begun on MLB Network. The Jays have the 20th overall pick, so we'll bring you the Jays pick as soon as we see, either on the air or on Jays Talk with Jesse Rubinoff and I after the final out. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. The Jays lead the Diamondbacks 8-7 as we head to bottom 9 at Chase Field. Here's Eric Smith and Madison Shipman.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. The Blue Jays trying to close this thing out, something they weren't able to do in the first game of this series, and something that plagued them going back to the last series against the Giants as well. Can they get it done in the 9th? They lead 8-7 as Chad Green is still in there, and understandably, rightfully so. And the first pitch to Moreno, no good outside. The 1-0 pitch. And Moreno sends it into right field. And Baroa was all twisted around, but he recovers, dives, and makes the grab. And he's flexing and barking at himself as he makes the out to start this 9th.
Clearly off of the bat of Moreno, Baroa thought that ball was going to end up more in the right center gap. And as he's running back to his right, so he drop-stepped back to his right, he ends up changing his direction, moving the complete opposite way, lays out and somehow manages to come away with a fantastic grab for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 9th.
What a huge play by the youngster right there. And he's going to have another chance at one here. He's on his horse at the track, jumping and making the catch. Back-to-back monster plays for Stuart Baroa. And there's 2 down here in the bottom of the 9th.
He is so fired up over there in right field. Kevin Kiermaier has a big smile on his face. George Springer over in that dugout is still pumping his fists while sitting on the ground. This ball hit into the right center gap, so he gets a great jump on it. Ends up overrunning it just slightly, reaches back behind him to make that grab. But 2 fantastic catches by Baroa out in right field.
So he stole one from Moreno and then just did it to Gurriel Jr. The Jays now trying to close out the game right here against Christian Walker, who's 0 for 4 today with 3 straight strikeouts. But don't let that fool you. 8th in Major League Baseball with 22 home runs. The 1-0 pitch in for a strike from Green. It's now 1-1. And Walker just fouled one up and over the backstop, and he's down in the count, 1-2. Down to their final strike, the Diamondbacks trailing 8-7. Stuart Baroa has been huge in this 9th inning with 2 outstanding catches as the Jays try to go into the break on a high. The 1-2 pitch high, even in the count, now 2-2.
Just how different this inning could look if Baroa even doesn't come up with one of those 2 catches. But for him to track them down and be able to make those 2 huge outs is big.
The 1-2 pitch, check that, 2-2. Looked like it was right there.
Jansen tried to frame it. He did whatever he could to try to bring that ball the top part of the zone into the zone at all, but it's called for a ball.
And now Walker sends one in to left field. It got by both Jimenez and Clement at short and third respectively. And the tying run is now on first. The winning run coming up to the plate.
And now you're going to have to deal with Corbin Carroll, who's swinging a hot bat. We saw the 2 home runs that he hit in yesterday's ball game. And now just a little bit of life left in that Arizona dugout as they bring in a pinch runner. Alec Thomas coming in off the bench to run at first base.
Thomas sharing a few words and a laugh with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Carroll came back into this ball game in the 7th inning. He walked in his only plate appearance. The first pitch inside. A heater at 95, just missing that left elbow of Carroll. And a 1-0 count. Green gets the sign from Jansen. The 1-0. Carroll got underneath it, skies it into center, and this should do it. Kiermaier camps underneath, makes the grab, and the Blue Jays win it. They went up 7-0. They gave up 7 to see the Diamondbacks tie it. And then a solo shot from Vladdy puts them up 8-7, and they hang on for that 8-7 victory. And Chad Green helps shut things down in the 9th inning. And Toronto does indeed, Madison, go into the All-Star break on the high of the victory.
The Blue Jays just found a way to grind out a win in that ball game. When it looked like they had a little bit of breathing room with that 7-run lead, all of a sudden just in one inning the Diamondbacks were able to put up that 7 spot, but they still stayed calm and found a way to win the ball game. And how big is it for a team to head into the All-Star break on a little bit of a high note? Yes, you lost the series, but you were able to come away with 1 win to finish off this series and head into that break with a little bit of that tiny momentum. You'll take anything you can get at this point.
Absolutely. We sign off from the Timber Mart broadcast booth officially right now, but we'll come back with some final thoughts and then get set for post-game coverage as the Blue Jays win 8-7 over the Diamondbacks. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Gina J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Gina J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Gina J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Gina J Sunday.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, I'll move them day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you. The Toronto Blue Jays beating the Arizona Diamondbacks 8-7. The Jays got 14 hits, had 1 error with those 8 runs. Arizona 2 errors, 9 hits, and 7 runs scored. All 7 came in the 5th inning for Arizona. The Jays had 1 in the 2nd, 6 in the 4th, but then the go-ahead and winning run came off the bat of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the 7th inning. The Jays would love to put at least 1 or 2 on the board, and Vladdy just gave one a ride out to the deepest part of the park and gone. A monster shot from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. as the Blue Jays have taken an 8-7 lead.
The huge swing by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. flipping the script on what seems to be the game plan for the Diamondbacks, getting ahead in the count, hitter leverage counts, 2-0 counts, and then being aggressive. That's exactly what Vladdy does in this at-bat.
So Vladdy finishes the day 3 for 5 with a home run and the RBI on that solo shot. He had 2 runs scored, 4 runs batted in for Kevin Kiermaier as he had a grand slam earlier in the game. And I don't know if this is what the doctor ordered, Madison, in terms of the Blue Jays and their record overall, but at the same time, A win is better than a loss. Captain Obvious, and certainly going into the All-Star break, it feels better to not get swept and to be dragged down by what happened yesterday in a 12-1 loss. They responded, and they can at least go in on a high.
Well, of course, you're going to take a win any way you can get it, especially with the way that the Blue Jays season has gone. And, of course, you're going to take this win going into the All-Star break. And now, was it the cleanest win that you could say they've had all year? No, but they found a way to get it done. And they had a couple of big swings in there, especially that one by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Those are the types of swings that the Blue Jays love to see, and quite frankly, they need to see from Vladdy in order to try to win some more ball games once they return from that All-Star break. For him to be able to swing the bat consistently the way that we've seen him do the past couple of weeks, and to be able to come through in the clutch there to give them that go-ahead run, those are the types of swings that they need to continue to see from Vladdy, and quite frankly, the rest of the offense too. They need to continue with that offense, especially with the pitching maybe struggling a bit. Maybe they're going to benefit from a few days off here going into this All-Star break, but they've got to find a way to put things together.
So again, the Blue Jays get the victory, 8-7 over the Diamondbacks, and a chance to rest now for basically a week, little less, but they get some time off now outside of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's heading to the All-Star game. But Toronto goes in with the high of the 8-7 win, and certainly a very entertaining ninth inning as well. We thank everybody that tuned into the broadcast across the country and around the globe. Also, big shout out to our technical director, Tom Young, and producer, Mike Jose Collins. For Madison Shipman, I'm Eric Smith. We bring you now to post-game coverage with Show Ali and Jesse Rubinoff, as you've been listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Well, Jesse, the Jays grab a win to head into the All-Star break at 44-52. They win 8-7 as they hang on by the skin of their teeth for a win.
That was so much fun.
Man, they blow a 7-0 lead, in which Kevin Kiermaier smokes a grand slam, his third career grand slam, something I can't get. I can't say it was on my bingo card, but he made it 7-0, and the Jays blew that lead. But Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming through with a big home run in a big moment. Stuart Baroa with some wild catches at the bottom of the ninth, and Chad Green comes in for a 4-out save. So, hey, I mean, they don't ask you how, they ask you how many, right? So the Jays get the win, but boy, an adventure of a game to head into the All-Star break with.
Look, this is exactly what you want. This is exactly what you're going to have to look forward to in the second half of the season. It's performances like we just got from Stuart Baroa. I mean, not only were those catches, I mean, the first one particularly was awesome, but the swagger, the fun, the excitement, it's guys that don't have the scar tissue necessarily of the first half of this season where things have gone so wrong that they come up, they're feeling fresh. It's a little bit of a different look, and he's having a great time playing out there, and it's refreshing to see. And I think it's going to be fun for Blue Jays fans in the second half. Obviously, the wins and losses not going to be as important moving forward, but when you can play games like this and you can have fun moments like we saw from Stuart Baroa in the ninth inning there, it can bring a smile to Blue Jays fans' faces occasionally.
You know what? It also brought a smile to the faces of Kevin Kiermaier and Dalton Varsho out there in the outfield. They loved it. Like I honestly think nobody was happier for Stuart Baroa, apart from himself, obviously, but like no one else was happier than Kevin Kiermaier. Kiermaier loved it. I gotta say, they do that thing where they all jump around in the circle after the outfielders all do it after wins. To see Baroa enjoy it that much, and to see Kiermaier and Varsho also laugh along with him was a fun moment, and we haven't had too many of those moments the last couple of nights.
Yeah, it's so nice to see Kiermaier have the game that he did too, and obviously the excitement there at the end that you're talking about, because it's been a rough week for him.
Yeah.
Placed on waivers, unclaimed on waivers. Now he's still playing for this team. He hits a grand slam, third of his entire career. He's been in the majors for a long time. That's a rare occurrence for Kevin Kiermaier. And then to just continue to be the positive role model and great leader that I think he's been over the last 2 years for the Toronto Blue Jays just speaks to what a quality person I think Kevin Kiermaier is. So massive credit to him for his performance today and for embracing guys like Stuart Baroa and having some fun with him as well in the field.
That is Jesse Rubinoff. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to Jays Talk live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming live on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. You can give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line is always open. Standard messaging and data rates may apply. The MLB draft just got going, so we will keep you up to date as to who's getting picked. The Blue Jays will pick number 20 overall, so that's probably going to happen in the next, I don't know, what do you think, Jesse? Like probably before we go. We'll probably know who the newest Blue Jays, maybe like right at the end of Jays Talk, we'll know who the Jays have picked. So we'll convey that information to you as soon as we find it. We want to do some second half bold predictions on the show today as well. So get those ready, everyone. You can be for the deadline. It can be for the whole of the rest of the season. It can be for the off season. Anything you like, as long as you make it bold. We will take the highway to the danger zone very, very shortly. Actually, before we continue, Jesse, I just want to say to you specifically, I'm glad you're back because I've been grinding the last few days out here. It's been late nights, some ugly losses, and it's nice to have you back. And I think most would rather hear either you or us together than just me by myself. I know I'd rather hear you than me, so I'm glad you're back alongside so we can put a bow on the whole first half.
No, you're the man. I've listened to many shows where you've done it by yourself. You do a heck of a job. You know, it's amazing about, today you would have had a lot to talk about on your own anyways.
That's
but
true.
It was almost like I was saying this to you while we were off the air. It was almost an exact carbon copy of the Moneyball game when Scott Hatteberg hit the walk-off home run when the Billy Bean, played by Brad Pitt, is driving on the highway. He has the superstition where he doesn't watch the game. The A's get out. This is in 2002. The A's are searching for their 20th consecutive victory. So the stakes a little bit different between the Blue Jays and the A's back then. But the A's were up 11-0. There's the footage of there's a scene where Brad Pitt's on the highway, decides to turn around and go see the record-breaking victory. He gets back. They blow the lead. And then Hatteberg hits a walk-off home run. It was the same thing today. The Blue Jays blew a 7-0 lead. Then Vladdy came to the plate and hit a 438-foot bomb. So if you're searching for excitement and entertainment in this sort of a lost season for the Toronto Blue Jays, they almost gave you a Hollywood-level script today. And if that can't get you a little bit pumped, then I got nothing for you.
Yeah, hey, that's fair, man. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming through with the eventual game winner, is what you want to see. You just hope that it didn't come after a massive blown lead. But
in one inning,
in one inning, right? It wasn't even over the course of a whole inning, right? It was
a disaster.
Yeah, it was unbelievable that it happened in the moment, but also I've said this before: unbelievable, but also utterly believable. Here's a question for you, Jesse. So I was thinking of this in the moment when it happened, in the usage of Chad Green today. Runner on third, bottom of the eighth. So a runner gets on against Brendan Little. They sack bunt him to third in two straight batters. So now bottom of the eighth, 2 outs, runner on third. Little's still on the mound. He gets lifted for Chad Green, who then blows away Ketel Marte to end the inning. That was ridiculous. Like Marte was 3 for 4 in the game up until that point, including that grand slam off of Yusei Kikuchi. DeMarlo Hale, seemingly the one to make that decision. So I thought it was interesting because we've spent a lot of time on Jays Talk the last couple of days talking about the Trevor Richards process and how that played out on Friday night. On Friday night, Jays were up 4-2, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Alec Thomas at the plate. Chad Green is left in the bullpen until the 9th. And Alec Thomas was a batter he was batting below 200 at that point. He still gets Trevor Richards to tie the game. The Jays go on to lose that game with Chad Green in the game, certainly, but they lose that game. Honestly, that DeMarlo Hale, because John Schneider had gotten ejected at this point. DeMarlo Hale was the one to make the last couple of pitching changes. I honestly do wonder, because we've said a lot, I've said this a lot, certainly, that, if you're a fire John Schneider, at some point this season and you make DeMarlo Hale the full-time manager, that it wouldn't change much because the process is made above the manager's head. But if it is up to the manager, I wonder if seeing that does tell a little bit of a story about, let's say, Hale and the way he pulls the trigger on pitching changes and other decision-making processes versus John Schneider.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point. I think it's a very rare occurrence because John Schneider doesn't get tossed every game. So the body of work for DeMarlo Hale, you're going to have to rely on what you've seen in the past from him, whether it be as the acting manager in Cleveland or in his time, briefly as, he was a bench coach, as associate manager, and how he influences those kinds of decisions. Because at the end of the day, it's just one game, and it's hard to it's such a small sample size. It's hard to determine if DeMarlo Hale's in the spot that John Schneider's in every single day, how would he manage the bullpen? He might have done it differently today, and that's kind of cool to think about. And it does at least make you wonder a little bit. But at the end of the day, John Schneider, for 160 games or 159, I don't know how many times he's got ejected this season, is still the one making the calls on that. And it's just too small of a sample size to know exactly what DeMarlo Hale would be doing in that spot.
That's true too, and I mean, look, I really don't think you're going to see a big managerial change this season.
Plants a seed, though.
But that's what I mean. It just made me wonder about it, honestly, because we had seen such a stark difference in the last couple of days versus the last couple of days, I should say, when it comes to John Schneider these last days, and even today. I mean, you could probably make the argument that he left Yusei Kikuchi in there. Even just one batter too long before he deployed Yusei Cabrera, who still gave up a hit and allowed. And I mean, those runs were charged to Yusei, certainly, but I mean, that's been a part of our discussions about John Schneider basically all season, I would say.
I want to make a point on that, on the Kikuchi thing. I want to make a point on the fact that he may have left him in too early. And you and I, during the pregame show, were talking about Yusei Kikuchi being probably, unless they go full scorched earth, the best trade chip that the Toronto Blue Jays have. And I would presume that whoever is going to get Yusei Kikuchi at this point knows what he's made of. However, his ERA heading into today was 3.83. It was actually 3.83 when he was shutting them out through 4 innings. And now, after leaving him in for 5 and then the 2 that Yusei Cabrera inherited, that eventually came in, his ERA is at 4.42.
Yeah.
Do you think that does anything to his trade value in terms of diminishing it? Because, that just in the space of half an hour, his ERA went up 60 points. And it's not nothing. It's like if you're negotiating, and like I said, they probably know a lot more about Yusei Kikuchi than the average person is just random making a phone call. But if you're trying to negotiate someone, and you say, look, we have the best left-handed pitcher on the market. This guy has an ERA of 3.83. How many sub-4 lefties are there out there that throw 99 miles an hour when they have to?
Right.
Versus a guy that's almost a 4.50 ERA. Like, I actually believe that the Blue Jays may have done at least a little bit of damage to Yusei Kikuchi's trade value by leaving him in too long today.
You know what? Maybe.
Should I have left that for my bold takes later?
No, I don't think so. No. Look, I'll put it this way. I do think, generally speaking, like, it's not a great look for Kikuchi for sure. But I think if any team is even remotely interested in trading for Yusei, they have done all their due diligence on him. Like, they already know everything there is to know about Kikuchi. I don't think and if the idea is like they also believe that A, the Blue Jays are not a very good team, and B, that it's on John Schneider to a certain extent, then you got to think that, like, if he is on a different team, he would not be left in that situation. Like, it would be mitigated in a different way that the Blue Jays failed to, essentially, right? So I think that's for that reason. I'm not so sure. Like, I think for pitchers, it's about, like, is he still locating? Is he like mentally weak, or is he throwing strikes? Like, what is he doing? And I think those things would change team by team. But I just feel like on the whole of Kikuchi's entire career as a Blue Jay, you have by and large seen him get over things. Like, mainly because, like, every pitcher on earth gets hammered at some point. And I mean, like, if he was giving up moonshots every single game, then I think it would be a lot more concerning versus, like, maybe one of the hottest hitters in baseball, and Ketel Marte, who, by the way, was voted into the All-Star game and is headed there tomorrow, or probably later tonight. He's probably, like, headed to the airport right now to head to Texas. I mean, I don't think it's, like, that big a deal personally.
It is theoretical, but I think my overarching theme here is that, like, maybe it's possible that having him perform the way he did up until the 5th inning of today's game would have garnered theoretically, like when the initial call is made, it's like, give us your 3rd best prospect. And then whoever is on the other line is like, you're not getting our 3rd best prospect for a pitcher that has a 4.50 ERA.
Right.
And you end up getting the 5th. Like, I just wonder if a little bit, however marginal, and it's, of course, theoretical. You can't measure this. But I just wonder if there's at least a little bit of damage was done to Yusei Kikuchi's trade value by leaving him in today.
When you say that, it just makes me wonder about, like, you know that scene from Draft Day where, like, he trades all like Kevin Costner trades all the first-round picks to the Seahawks who, for whatever bizarre reason, were like the villains in that movie, and then he like wants them back,
Not
and
even
then he's
the same
like
conference.
Yeah, and then he's like, I want all my picks and the punter or whatever, or the punt returner or whatever, and they're like, what? Because I feel like it. I wonder how accurate those kinds of conversations being had are, or like in Moneyball when Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill are negotiating with like a bunch of teams.
I hope they're accurate.
I do
cool.
too.
Yeah.
I
Incredible
do
scenes.
Too. Oh boy. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Those are the numbers to call. You can weigh in on anything you like. The game today, the first half of the season. We're taking your bold predictions as well. We'll get to ours very shortly. Let's start off with Eddie in Fort Erie. Eddie, what's up?
Not much, guys. First of all, I have a couple of things to say before I get to my comments.
Sure.
When you guys were talking about Draft Day and Moneyball, you guys just put a smile on my face because those are two of my favorite movies. And as we speak, Colorado's making a suggestion right now. I'm still in line from Draft Day. Remember that?
Yes. Great movie.
Yeah. And actually, I'm watching the draft right now as I'm talking to you guys. So, so it's funny. And you know what? If I had to build a ballpark, gentlemen, if there's one thing I would love to add in there would be a jacuzzi. I love that jacuzzi at Chase Field, man. I would love to put one in there. You know that?
I think they spent a little too much money already on Rogers Center. I'm not sure. You might have to wait a couple seasons for the jacuzzi.
I know, but still. Anyway, a couple of things. First of all, when I was watching Vladdy today, I mean, those swings that he had today really show you why he's an all-star, and I can't wait to see him in the all-star game batting behind Soto, Judge, and Alvarez and everybody like that. And speaking of the all-star game, you guys, I am so excited to see Paul Skeens face Judge, Soto, and Alvarez. I mean, forget the Globe Life Park. I'm going to call it the Globe Life Saloon because when you have two guys there, it's like, we're going to find out who has the fastest hands in the West, if you will. So I'm excited to see it. And as far as everything else, I'm not going to say anything because I want to see it out and see who stays and see who goes. But I'm excited for the All-Star game, guys.
Hey, Eddie, thanks for the call. Appreciate it, man, as always. Yeah, the All-Star game is going to be fun. I will admit, I said this to you in the pregame show, but while I do think like the cynical part of me does believe it's like for, marketing activations and sponsors and so on, it is also to a good chance to get your eyeball, as many casual eyeballs as humanly possible on your sport, right? Like that's all All-Star games are for in every sport. But as you said to me in the pregame show as well, I mean, I think Major League Baseball does have the best All-Star weekend in terms of the Derby being the most fun All-Star event. Like I said to you also, I used to like the slam dunk contest.
Everybody did.
That's kind of lost some luster. So I think now it is the Derby for me. The actual game itself, to Eddie's point, I think is going to be pretty fun. Like it might be like a 3-2 game in the end because these pitchers who are all going are absolutely ludicrous. Even the guys who have been replaced with other guys are all like well deserving of All-Star selection. So I am excited for Paul Skeens as well. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. And I mean, like I said before, how many people just for fun are watching Pittsburgh Pirates games? Very few, I would imagine. So if that's the case, having Skeens start on Tuesday is going to be I think is the right move.
Yeah, I just think baseball does it well. Like it's by nature, you have to try in the game. And we talked about this in the pregame. There's no other All-Star game where anyone tries at all.
Yeah.
And I think back to one of the great memories I have of the last 5 years or so of the MLB All-Star game was Alek Manoah when he was mic'd up.
The punchies.
It was unbelievable. Struck out 3 in the 2022 All-Star game, and he was mic'd up. And like pitchers, they go for it. Like they're trying. It's not like Paul
like
Skeens is going to go out there and throw 82.
I just want the Fox broadcast telling Manoah like what pitch to throw,
So
and then he
good.
does it and like strikes the guy
So
out.
good.
Was pretty great.
Yeah, it's great television. Spotlight's on these guys, and Skeens. You better believe that Paul Skeens is going to step up against Aaron Judge, and he's going to be throwing 102 mile an hour heat. And that is what everybody is going to want to see. And I can just imagine that viewership is going to peak in the first inning when you know that Skeens is going to be on the mound and three of the best hitters in the world are going to be up against him.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. I am looking forward to watching it. Let's go back to the phones. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to Russ in New Jersey. Russ, what's up?
Good afternoon, guys. I don't watch All-Star games.
Like just generally? Like just in a general sense?
Yeah. As a kid, you would get excited because my relatives were from California. I thought, we have this guy, Dave Steve. He's awesome, And you didn't see the other players, but today you see them. So maybe I'll watch an inning or so. I still remember the game that Jim Kern, when I was about 8 years old, balked in the winning run. They called a balk on the Jim Kern. I think he was pitching for Texas at the time, and he balked in the winning run in a crazy way. And I remember when Dave Steve, I think was the winning pitcher the year Fred Lynn hit the grand slam off Atlee Hammaker. So, but those were a long time ago when Toronto got no recognition. Today, everybody knows everybody. You took a lot of calls over the weekend, and I listened to the show, the shows, last night, the two shows, and I want to make a couple of comments.
Sure.
First of all, would people stop calling up about hitting coaches? Let me tell you something. The Arizona Diamondbacks have the second most runs in the league. You or me or nobody else knows who their hitting coaches. Nobody knows who the Yankees' hitting coaches. Hitting coaches are good. They can help players. But you never say, oh, this hitting coach, his contract's up at the end of the year. We got to go get him $8 million a year. Doesn't happen, okay? Hitting coach, the team is who they are. And I'll say it again and again, but, Ross Atkins is at fault. It's the managers, you go look it up. I don't know what's a good manager to an average manager. Is it 5 wins a year? Some people say 6 wins. Some people say 4. But it's not a team 8 games under 500 to 10 games over 500. It's just not the case. And the thing about Shapiro, people say, well, they got to act Shapiro. Mr. Rogers may not even know the name Vladimir Guerrero for all we know. He knows that he's filling his pockets with money because the guy renovated the stadium, charging a lot more for tickets, and they're filling the seats. And that's all these owners care about. It's been forever. Ballard used to laugh at the Toronto people, used to cry about the Maple Leafs all the time because there were 16,382 people at Maple Leaf Gardens every night, even though they were mathematically eliminated from the playoffs about 50 games into the season. So these guys don't care. It's on Atkins. I don't think Shapiro's going to fire him. I think he's his buddy. I think he's, come up with him. It's a joke because if you look at the MLB, the longest general managers, I think Atkins is in the top 5 with guys like Cashman, Cleveland, So I don't know how this guy who hasn't won a playoff game, never mind a series, is still a general manager, and they're not going to make the playoffs this year. And the problem is that, I think he's not going to trade away anybody whose contract is beyond this year because he knows the pressure is on, and he would like to think in some dreamland that he's going to come back next year and make the playoffs with the Chris Bassett's, with the Bichette's, with the Guerreros. I don't want him to trade Guerrero anyways because I think Guerrero's obviously if he can sign him. But the point being that, I think he thinks the pressure is on, but I don't think Shapiro fires him. I think Shapiro's his buddy, and I think he came here and gave him the job. And we all know that Shapiro makes the ultimate decisions, and that's why he didn't want Alex there. And, we're going to have to live with it as long as Shapiro. But I don't think Rogers is getting rid of Shapiro because he's lining his pockets with money, and that's all, Rogers really cares about. He really doesn't care if what the record is, as long as the seats are being filled.
Hey, Russ, thanks for the call, man. I'll disagree in the sense that I do think, generally speaking, they do care because you got to think that while they must be making tons of money. I have no idea how much money they're making. You got to be making tons of money, this company. But at the same time, you would make more if they're winning. Like that's the proposition for me, right? Like you would make it's all about making more money, and you would make more money if they're winning, right? And I think that's the simple fact of the matter for me. I do agree with Russ in that they probably wouldn't fire Ross Atkins, but I could easily see, and Shai Davidi has written about this, and I've said this a couple of times myself, but I could see them moving Ross, like keeping him within the organization, because I do agree that Shapiro and Atkins are buddies. But if Shapiro stays and he doesn't get the axe, then I think Atkins will stay in the organization, but be like reassigned. Like he won't be the general manager anymore. I know it's a little different. They did it with, I think it was Hudgens this past season. And that was that position is one that is not particularly like media fan forward facing in terms of like speaking all the time as like the general manager of a sports franchise is. So it's a little bit different. It's not like a perfect comparison, but at the same time, I wonder if, you could easily see a world in which Ross Atkins is like special advisor or something to Mark Shapiro, doesn't ever talk to the media, and someone else gets that job. Now, what does that mean in terms of like actual responsibility? Whoever the next GM is, if that is the case, will they even have full autonomy? If Ross Atkins, the previous GM, and Mark Shapiro, also a former GM himself of ball clubs, like both in this organization, I have no idea, right? Like I have no idea what the delineation of power would look like in such a situation, but I could see that being a case. I'm not sure that's like something people want, like in terms of fans.
Well, I don't think Ross Atkins, you'd think that he'd have enough pride that if something lesser was offered to him, he'd probably say, thanks, but no thanks. I'll go and apply my craft somewhere else.
Yeah.
Where I'm maybe a little bit more wanted for the skills that I think I have. Because at the end of the day, he would have been a general manager in Major League Baseball for 9 seasons. It's a pretty significant amount of time. And while the results haven't been there, I think he'd probably still try and get, if it's not another GM job, maybe director of scouting or something else, and not just be some sort of special advisor. But also on the money thing, which I think you hit on. Like the idea that they're making tons of money, in theory, sounds right. But they also just spent $400 million on a renovation, and their payroll is $225 million. So unless you, like back of the napkin math, I'm not even sure how much money they're actually making this year.
Right.
And you better believe that if they're bad, we all remember the seasons where the attendance was abysmal in the early 2010s. And even before that at times, like nobody wants to go back to that. But the reality is, if the team is losing 95 games a year, as great as the ballpark is, they're probably going to stop going. And anyone who can see the forest for the trees would understand that it is a bad business decision to just say, oh, we're making money now, so let's just stay with the course, stay on course here, because eventually that money dries up.
Yeah.
And then what? And then you still have to spend whatever you want to spend, or you decide to spend less, team becomes even less competitive, and you get into this vicious cycle of the team just being bad year after year after year. You have to have a little bit of intuition and look ahead and say, we need to change the direction of the team and change it quickly.
Yeah, it's true. Like when it comes to winning and how you move forward, don't get me wrong, I do believe they're making money. Like I think that's definitely, it's always going to be an impetus for anyone who owns a sports franchise in any sport, right? Like that's just the truth. But yeah, I mean, like usually the lag time, let's call it, until crowds stop going because they are displeased is like what? Like maybe about a year-ish, maybe slightly less than a year, because you got to think that a lot of people, I mean, certainly casual fans who have not yet bought tickets might not buy tickets, certainly, but people who have already bought tickets for this year, I mean, maybe you'll try and sell them on the secondary market, but ultimately those tickets are like bought and paid for. And when you get to the next season and people are making decisions about next year, that's when it starts to really hurt you, right? And I think you got to be able to look ahead to that. And you got to think most owners do. To Russ's point, by the way, he was wondering about where Ross Atkins ranks in terms of longest tenured baseball executives as of right now. So the Yankees, of course, there's no surprise. Brian Cashman is the longest tenured GM in baseball. He was hired in 1998 is how long he has been the GM of the New York Yankees. The Nationals, Mike Rizzo, 2009. AJ Preller, who could be out of a job too soon. He was hired in 2014. David Forst with the Athletics, Mike Chernoff with the Guardians, and Ross Atkins with the Blue Jays, all hired in 2015. So those are the next three guys, essentially.
Is that not unbelievable? And I don't say this, meaning to disrespect Ross Atkins, but almost a decade, and they haven't won a playoff game.
Yeah,
like that's a remarkable amount of time to be given to someone.
Yeah, like not counting the team that they kind of inherited.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's incredibly. It's an incredibly. It's a gift of amount of time, frankly.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought you were gonna keep going.
No, I think it's an incredibly long leash to be given to someone. You know, who I
thought I was going to get something really profound on the nature of relationships and contracts, but no, that's fair.
I can give you that if you want. I just think that at the end of the day, you have to win. Everyone is in the business of winning, and you can be in the business of making money, but making money comes from winning. Nobody's going to pack your stadium if your team is losing 95 to 100 games.
Yeah.
And you have to at least have some bedrock, some foundation in your organization, in your franchise, that you can give your fan base to look forward to. And as of this very moment, there's like little flickers that you can hang on to, but this front office hasn't provided the fan base with enough to truly get excited about that would allow us to believe that they will get another crack at it, and then another crack at it the year after that. It just doesn't seem like the word that they used when they got here was sustainable. Mm-hmm. And this current iteration, this situation they're in right now, is anything but sustainable.
I would agree with that. I do agree with that. There's got to be. I mean, I know they won today, but I mean, when you're going into the All-Star break at 44 wins and 52 losses, it's still not like a great place to be where the top two teams in your division are close to 60 wins each, essentially, right? So
no doubt.
I think you do want to see change, and I think a lot of people would agree. Before we go to the break, very quickly, quick update from the MLB draft. The Royals about to make the number 6th overall pick, and the top 3. The Guardians take Travis Bazzana, the Reds take Chase Burns, and the Rockies taking Charlie Condon.
We're not going to get the Jays pick.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. We're only here for like 20 minutes or so. They're only going to go into pick 7 in like seconds here. So, badly misjudged that.
Why do they need so much time is the question.
The draft's just taking
like, it very rarely do the teams take the whatever amount of time is allotted. But I always wondered this. Like, how many things can truly happen that throw you for a loop? Like,
no, it's true.
There are so many people that are in the room who have all dissected this. You have pretty much, you exactly know. Like, if you're in fantasy, like, I mean, it's obviously different.
It's
the
different,
stakes
but I know what
are
you mean.
higher.
I know what you mean.
But like, you do the work. You know who you're going to take.
Maybe you do.
You don't?
No, I wing it.
I don't believe that for a second. I know that you. I know you've told me that you've been in some finals in the last little while. That doesn't happen if you just wait until the last 10 seconds of your pick. You know what's up.
No, I think you probably, for the most part, you probably have. Certainly in real life, I think you have to, right? I think, I think we're probably not going to get the Jays pick on Jays Talk tonight unless things rapidly speed up. It was kind of like the NHL draft took place in Vegas a couple of weeks ago, and it was pretty funny to see Greer for the Sharks just sit there when everyone on the planet knew Macklin Celebrini was going number 1 overall. It's like, just go and make the pick.
Let's give the Sharks 5 minutes to just sit there for absolutely no reason. Everyone on Earth knows. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but nonetheless, it still happens. They haven't changed it.
They have not changed it. That's Jesse Rubinoff. I'm Show Ali. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, let's do our second half bowl predictions. We have a bunch of predictions here from you guys on the text line. You want to call us, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. That's the People's text line. We'll get all of your second half bold predictions. You see some good ones here on the text line. So all that and more straight ahead. We're here until the top of the hour. You're listening to Jay's Talk Show and Jesse with you on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Sportsnet Plus is the streaming home of the Blue Jays.
Fastball line to left, and it's caught.
Watch live games at home or on the go.
Home run, Springer! Oh, what a play!
Plus, catch Blue Jays Central for pre- and post-game updates with Jamie and Joe. Miss the game? Replays and Blue Jays in 30 are here for your recap.
Pitching has certainly led the way.
Watch it all unfold on Sportsnet Plus. Plans start at $19.99 a month. Subscribe now at sportsnetplus.ca. We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
Carnival is at the core of Toronto culture. Stand out in the crowd with your Blue Jays neon hat giveaway. The colors, the music, the heat, the vibes.
I don't know who's having more fun, the players or the fans.
Be at Rogers Center as the Blue Jays celebrate Caribbean Carnival and create core memories of summer in the city.
Everybody's feeling good right now.
Arrive early on Friday, July 26th and claim your Blue Jays neon hat. Blue Jays Caribbean Carnival. For tickets, visit bluejays.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hey, this is Trevor Richards. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Yeah, road trips like this are tough right before the break when you're out west, and I thought we played really, really well with the, probably with the exception of yesterday, but probably could have had a little bit of a different outcome too, So it says a lot about the guys, the character that we have in the clubhouse, and they're going about it the right way. But it is nice, I think, when you're getting a little bit of a break here, it is nice to hit that break with a winning note.
That is John Schneider chatting with the media about this road trip. The Blue Jays wrapping up the first half of the season at 44-52 after an 8-7 win over the Diamondbacks. They do not win the series, but they do head into the All-Star break with a win, which I suppose is a positive. You take that. You'd rather take a win than a loss, certainly. But that's John Schneider, and John Schneider heading home, I think, to Florida. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the lone Blue Jay en route to Texas, where actually right now the MLB draft happening. They just made the 7th overall pick. The Angels on the clock, 8 overall. So I'm guessing we will not see the Blue Jays pick tonight, like we said earlier, Jesse. I'll just say this. If Vance Honeycutt is on the clock when the Jays pick at 20, I don't know a single thing about Vance Honeycutt, but that is an elite name, and I hope he is a Blue Jay.
It is honestly one of the better ones I've heard in a very long time, like in all of sports. Vance Honeycutt.
Phenomenal name.
Played at North Carolina. Yeah, it just screams baseball.
Like it just sounds like
major leaguer.
Yeah, it sounds like the protagonist of a sports movie.
Yes,
that's what it sounds like.
Who was it in Draft Day? What was the guy's name? Was Bo? I forget his last name.
Wasn't Vontae Mack?
No, Vontae Mack was the good guy. It was Vontae Mack all day. Right? It was Chadwick Boseman.
I don't remember the quarterback. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember.
I'll figure it out by the end of the show.
All right. Well, if you want to get in your second half bold predictions, please keep them coming. 590 name and location. That's the People's Text line. You can call as well, 416-870-0590, 1-888-660-590, star 590 on your cell. We're here until the top of the hour, so about 15 more minutes. Let's get to, you know what, Jesse? I'm going to read you some of my bold predictions from before the season. So I did these in the kind of preseason edition, spring training editions of J-Stock with, I got Julia to do some, Julia Kreutz, of course. I got Nick Ashbourne to do some. Blair did some. Blake did some. Ben Nicholson-Smith gave me a couple. Like, we got a fair amount of bold predictions. So here were mine, okay? I'll just say They were bold for a reason.
You qualifying?
I'm qualifying them because none of these are going to happen this year. I promise you, none of these will happen now that we are here at the All-Star break. Actually, one of them was Ricky Tito makes 10-plus starts for the Blue Jays this season. That's definitely not happening. Yusei Kikuchi signs an in-season contract extension, so that's certainly not happening. I said Dalton Varsho would be in the 30-30 club, so 30 home runs, 30 steals. That's probably
unlikely.
That's unlikely. I guess it's possible,
Outside
but
shot.
pretty unlikely still. Vladdy hits 40-plus home runs. Springer hits 30-plus home runs, and Bo Bichette wins a Silver Slugger in his top 5 in MVP voting. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that none of those three happen.
Go for 6.
I was pretty bold. I
that's the point of bold predictions.
That's the point. I'm guessing most of the bold predictions don't happen, right? Yeah. I had another one that I said in jest to Nick Ashbourne that IKF would hit double-digit home runs for the first time ever, and that might be the most likely one to happen, even though I was kind of joking. But
yeah, you should have got that down.
I know, I really should have. I can't. If it happens, I can't take credit for it. I was really joking about it. So
fair enough.
I can't take credit for it. You give me some of your second half bold predictions, Jesse.
Okay. Why don't we start with Vladdy?
Okay.
Vladdy signs on the dotted line by the end of the season.
Okay, all right.
He's talked about how much he wants to be here. The longer this lingers, the more I think it damages the Blue Jays brand. Why are you treating your one starter your one player in the All-Star game and also the one guy that you know for sure is going to be a member of your core when it comes to the position players? There's a world where they end up losing 90 games even this season, and he says to himself, do I really want to be here for the next however many years? Do I really want to go through a retool or a rebuild? And he changes his tune. I don't think you want to get to the point where Vladimir Guerrero Jr. changes his opinion and the Blue Jays lock him up before the end of the season. That's bold prediction number 1.
All right, I like that one.
Want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
All right, Kevin Gausman gets traded ahead of the deadline.
Ooh, that is pretty bold.
I think this team is a long shot to be contenders in 2025, and his contract is up after the 2026 season. So I think there's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done in that small time frame. And you can argue that you need pitchers in your rotation, and that is absolutely true. But do you need to pay your pitchers $23 million to pitch for you when you're going to be a bad team anyway? Can you better spend that $23 million? Can you give prospects a shot moving forward in the trades that you're actually going to make before the July 30th trade deadline? I think he's in the same boat as Chris Bassett in that it makes very little sense to keep them if the team isn't going to win. And you can actually set yourself up pretty well in the future if you're willing to make the difficult decisions now and trade guys like Kevin Gausman and Chris Bassett. So bold prediction number 2 is that Gausman gets dealt before the deadline. Number 3, the Blue Jays trade Danny Jansen only to re-sign him in the offseason.
I like that one, actually.
Because
a little bit of positivity with that one.
If you look at the catching crop out there for free agents, it's not great.
It's pretty bad, actually.
And Danny Jansen has familiarity with the team. He's, kind of having a down year, I guess, but you've seen flashes from him. You know how great he is with the pitching staff. Seems like a likable guy in the clubhouse, a fan favorite. So I think they trade him to get some value, recoup because his contract is expiring. But afterwards, they bring him back in the offseason, and that's just good asset management. And then number 4 is Bo Bichette makes it known that he won't be re-signing in Toronto. I know absolutely nothing about his desire one way or another. So that is the qualifier.
Sure. All right.
But sometimes players need a change of scenery. And parsing some of the comments that he's made and the contrast to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I think it answers the question for you on who's more likely to re-sign and who probably wants to be here longer term. I don't want to get into the body language conversation because I just think they're different people. And I don't want to judge Bo because he doesn't get excited all that often. But it does strike me as one of them really wants to be here and one just happened to have gotten drafted by the Toronto Blue Jays and therefore is okay playing somewhere else.
All right. So you think he'll come out and actually say, well, like maybe by the end of the season, like
yes,
to the media or someone like, I want to trade.
Yes.
Trade me. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I don't know that he's going to explicitly say it in a post-game scrum or anything like that, but I think he will make it known to the front office he's not going to re-sign a contract in Toronto and therefore forcing their hand to have to trade him. Bonus. I'm giving you a bonus here. Joey Votto gets called up next week.
Let's go.
After the All-Star break, finishes the season batting 300, and there's a conversation about him being on the team next year at age 41, starting opening day.
You know what? That's your boldest prediction.
I love it.
For sure.
I knew you were going to like that one.
Anything with Joey Votto has got to be super bold. It's got to be. Like I almost think it's a requisite that anything with Joey Votto is bold. You know what? I like it.
Thank you.
My bold prediction will be that Joey Votto is the manager of the Blue Jays next year. No, that's not. That's not going to happen. That's absolutely not going to happen.
All right, hit me.
All right, so here are mine. Mine kind of figure about guys we are going to see a lot, right? So Spencer Horwitz entered play today with a batting average of .330. Right, so my bold prediction is that despite he's going to play every single day for the rest of the season and finish with a batting average of no worse than .325.
I love that.
That's my bold prediction for Horwitz. I actually don't know if that is that bold because he's been so good, but
yeah, it is. It's different ball game at the major league level.
I think he basically what I'm saying is he's going to play every day and keep up what he's doing.
So he's that good.
Yeah, and I think so. He is. We find out he truly is as good as we think he is.
It.
My other one, Davis Schneider, entered play today, batting .217. He has an OPS of .703. My bold prediction for Schneider is that he will finish the season with a batting average of .250 and will end the season. He has 10 home runs right now. He will finish the season with more than 20 home runs.
Wow.
So I think I'm saying Davis Schneider is going to have a huge turnaround in it's not really like the second half, quote unquote, because we're like we're over 100, we're about 100 games into the season. So we're not really the second half, but.
So you're saying he does basically exactly what he did last year?
Yes, I think he'll probably finish where he finished last year. Last year he finished, for example, he finished 2023 with a batting average of .276 and an OPS of just over 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So he might not finish with an OPS over 1,000, but I think basically after what we've seen, it feels bold to say he will finish with a decent season.
He's been struggling.
Alejandro Kirk entered play today with 2 home runs and 24 ribbies. He will finish the season with 20 home runs and 60-plus ribbies. That's my bold prediction for Kirk. Kirk has a massive turnaround, and you feel good about trading Danny Jansen at the trade deadline.
If all these things happen, they might be like 5 games back of the wild card in a month and a half.
I mean, it might not matter, but still, I think it's still, we're doing pie in the sky things, like things that probably won't come true. And here's my bonus. Yusei Kikuchi, kind of like your Jansen one, Kikuchi re-signs with the Jays in the offseason despite getting traded. And here's a bonus one for you, just looking ahead to the offseason. The starting shortstop of this team next year is Willy Adames.
Wow.
That's right.
So what does that mean for Bo?
He probably gets traded.
We're on the same. Our bold predictions are on the same page.
Yeah, I think so.
I love it.
Want to get to some of the fans?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's do some of the fans, the listeners. Let's see. There's one here. Paul in Burlington. Paul actually on board. Paul actually lives in Burlington. I wonder if Paul and Liz know each other. They're both texting from Burlington, but Burlington's a big place, probably not. But Liz texts in to say, bold prediction: Bo's traded, and it's the Buffalo Boys' time to shine. Paul in Burlington says the front office wakes up and trades Bo for some 2025 season-ready prospects to give us hope. So they're on board. I see here Kenny in Calgary, a 500 record from the Jays in the second half of the season. Honestly, if they trade people and they go 500 in the second half of the season, I actually think that is bold.
So he's saying the second half. Just in the second half, their regular season record overall isn't.
Might 500. Not be, but in the second half they go 500.
Okay, yeah.
I actually think that's pretty bold.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I think it's bold also, but in an attainable way.
Yeah,
I'll give Kenny some credit for that. Let's see, Brian in Scarborough. Bo has gone in the offseason. They do not re-sign Jansen. Barrios and Kikuchi traded at the trade deadline. So you said Gosman. Barrios. So I think the Barrios part of Brian's bold prediction is incredibly bold.
That's very bold.
That's incredibly bold.
Yeah, just because he's under contract for the longest amount of time of any of the starting pitchers. And, I mean, seemingly a big part of the core. I know he's had a rough couple of starts here. So that begs the question, would now even be the right time to trade him if you were going to trade him because he's been struggling?
He's been struggling. You're probably not going to get the best value if you're really entertaining trade for guys with term. Then you're right. Like you probably won't get the value. I like it. That's what you want. You want the boldest possible predictions. I see one here from Chris in Saskatchewan. He predicts a bold location for Kikuchi. And I mean, who knows if this happens, but I do like it. Kikuchi goes to the Los Angeles Dodgers. So the specific location for Kikuchi being the Dodgers. I mean,
rich get richer.
I would hate to see Kikuchi wear Dodger blue and not Blue Jay blue, but hey, I mean, you could build an entire starting rotation out of the Dodgers IL pitchers, which is really unfortunate for them. But they need it. Like they're getting a pitcher. Like they're acquiring someone at the deadline in a couple of weeks. I don't know if it's going to be Kikuchi, but that's one of them.
Well, would you rather Yusei Kikuchi go to the Dodgers and join Teoscar Hernandez and Kevin Biggio, or go to the Yankees or the Orioles? I think almost everyone would choose the Dodgers.
If that's the case, I will drive Kikuchi to Los Angeles myself. If those are the ones you're choosing between, please play for the Dodgers.
No doubt.
I like these ones from Colin in Calgary. Both predictions. Bo puts in a trade request. Vlad gets $25 million a year for 7 years. And I like this one. Joey Votto plays in September and hits over 300.
Yeah.
So there you go. A lot of people want the Joey Votto thing to happen.
Joey Votto, really and at age 41, he breaks camp with the team in the 2025 season.
That's so good.
It's so bold because I've been saying for weeks that it's like ceremonial that he's coming up for a few at bats here or there just to make the fans clap for him. But I mean, maybe it'll go the other way.
Brian in Toronto, we'll wrap up on this one. Brian in Toronto, who always is a good texter, second half bold predictions. Not only do we see the Jays move the pending free agents, we see them move Bassett, one of Vladdy or Bo, and the Jays also find a suitor for George Springer.
Ooh.
I actually think that is pretty bold because I almost view it as like impossible to trade George Springer unless you are eating like a significant part of that remaining salary. And I feel like the Jays don't want to do that. So if they somehow find a trade partner for Springer, that is probably one of the boldest ones just because I feel like it's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Ross Atkins can call a GM somewhere and say, look, George Springer over the last month and a half has been one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball, and therefore you should pay the entire $20+ million for him. I doubt he's going to find someone to do it, but nonetheless, it's worth a try.
So there you go. Some silly, bold predictions from me and you. I think some more reasonable ones from the fans. But
speak for yourself. There's no silliness had here.
Joey Votto, just a guaranteed slam dunk to get called up from the Dunedin Blue Jays in the next 2 weeks. No, I honestly think, like, we talk about what it will be to talk about after the All-Star break. Obviously, it'll be the trade deadline for about a week. And then the deadline happens during that Orioles series at the end of July, and then we get into the post-deadline part of the season. I wonder what we will talk about, but I honestly bet the Votto development program and the Buffalo Boys development program are going to be significant parts of the rest of the season.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a lot like, turning over rocks to see what you have. Today is a perfect example. Stuart Burrowa. Nobody thought that was coming.
Sure.
Right? And then you play the game, and he ends up making 2 great plays in the 9th inning in the field, and suddenly he's a talking point, and you have a little bit more excitement today than you did yesterday about Stuart Burrowa's prospects within the Toronto Blue Jays organization. I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to find storylines here and there.
Leo Jimenez had a double and a walk today.
There's going to be little things to find that can at least give you a little bit of hope moving forward with the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, I think there's going to be there will be things to discuss, both good and bad, both positive and negative.
I'm excited for it.
I am excited for the rest of the season, and I'm excited for the All-Star break as well. Jesse, we have 1 minute to go. Tell everyone where they can find you this next week.
Well, I'm on this very station tomorrow, 3 to 5 with Kevin Mickey, and then throughout the week in different time slots, and then on next Sunday, I'm going to the Olympics.
Yeah, that's
heading
fun.
to Paris with the Olympic Broadcasting Service. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and I've been seeing some of the shots of Paris so far. I think they have the volleyball court right under the Eiffel Tower, so I just can't wait. It's going to be exciting.
That's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait for you. I'm excited for you, and always fun doing this Jays Talk with you.
It's the best.
That is Jesse Rubinov. I'm Show Ali. Appreciate you all being with us on Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Lévis, Quebec, and West Quebec City. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. For Jesse, for Eric Smith, Madison Shipman, Tom Young, Mike Jose Collins, I'm Show. We're out of here. I'm actually doing Jays Talk Plus all week long with Julia Kreutz. That'll be fun. Jays Talk Classic returns on Friday with Blair and Barker. Enjoy the All-Star break, everyone.
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game. Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game. It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet.
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top. There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call. The way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.